Excellent. Hey guys, how's it going? This is Orpheus from RGB Worlds, and today we are doing something special. We're doing a nostalgia stream. I've been requested to do a walkthrough of firered and leafgreen. I got letsgoeevee and letsgopikachu on me though, next best thing, so we're gonna go ahead and do that today. I'm gonna call this stream a ramble to remember. It'll be me doing a walkthrough through Kanto, doing a lot of memorable things to kind of help you remember what it was like to go through Pokemon Blue, Red, Green, if you're Japanese, back in the day, and Yellow. So yeah, join me on my journey through Kanto, and we will ramble to remember. Ramble as in walk, not ramble because I ramble on. Never do that. What are you talking about? Alright guys, so thanks for coming up together and meeting us on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. We're RGB Worlds. We do lots of games, and on weekends I like to do Pokemon streams like this. So I'm very excited to bring you along with me for the ride. Today we're gonna go ahead and get started on letsgoeevee. I queued that up because back in the day I played Pokemon Blue, and this is the closest thing to Pokemon Blue in the modern gen. Alright, so let me go ahead and get started here. Switch on over to our main scene. Okay. Alright, good stuff, good stuff. So the very first thing that you experience when you open up Pokemon Red and Blue for the very first time, for most of us it was in the 90s, the very first thing that you experience is waking up in your room here in Pallet Town. It looks like a very special room. We only got a TV, a PC, and your bed. Not really sure where mom and dad sleeps. Where is dad anyway? So we're hanging out here in our bedroom for a bit. Let me go ahead and make sure that I got my audio going. I'll be setting this up because this is gonna be a long stream, you guys. Hang on. Okay. Okay, I'm back guys, thanks for that. I was getting all my audio straightened out. Can you hear that music? It's super nice, right? This is the music that greets you when you wake up in Kanto. And Pallet Town is where we start out. Okay, so first thing we gotta know is you get an invitation to go on a Pokemon journey from your PC. And your rival, who is kind of a friend that follows you through your journey through Kanto, comes from this town also. So let's go see where our rival lives. Oh, wait a sec. They got that sound that t-t-t every time you change floors. It's right there. So this is our mom. She is like a awesome person. You can fully heal your Pokemon when you come back home and talk to mom. And one thing that I remember from even Red and Blue days is that this TV would show a scene from Stand By Me. They are referring to Stand By Me, coming of age movie from what, the 80s or the 90s? And so they brought that back here in letsgoeevee as well. In retrospect, Pokemon Blue and Pokemon Red sort of is a coming-of-age story because we are leaving home, the comforts of home, to go on this magical journey around the world, right? So let's go see what is outside. speaking of what's outside, in Let's Go Eevee and Let's Go Pikachu, we have the addition of Alolan Pokemon. If they have a Kanto counterpart, they are here. And so I've got Alolan Executor guarding me, walking through Kanto with me. Now, it might be kind of jarring though to see an Alolan Executor talk or walk through Pallet Town. So I'm gonna go ahead and switch him out for a more familiar Pokemon. Like Chansey? At least for a bit. Hi Chansey. So, our best friend from Pallet Town, who turns out to be kind of our bar, in that we're kind of comparing ourselves to this guy as we're journeying through the town, is from this house here. This is his sister. Hi, sister. It looks like she can tell you how close your Pokemon are to you. Yay! At least my Eevee loves me. Okay. So our rival is from here. In Red, Blue, and Yellow, he was very much a stand-up guy. Awesome. Actually, he was kind of a true rival, yeah. They didn't pull any punches in the first gen. They really made him look like almost a villain to you, because he's not the nicest guy. But in Let's Go Eevee and Let's Go Pikachu, they kind of toned down that character a bit. But here's some kind of continuity mystery. We have a rival here who's different from like Gary Oak. Those of you who watch the Pokemon series know Gary Oak is basically your rival in Red, Blue, and Yellow. In Let's Go Eevee and Pikachu, it's a different person and has a much more agreeable personality. With that said, we end up meeting... now spoilers, I'll talk to you about that later. So anyway, let's just say that there's some continuity errors and try not to think too hard about it when you're considering Let's Go Eevee and Let's Go Pikachu in the timeline. So the very first thing that we do in Pokemon World, we talk to Professor Oak. He is a researcher of Pokemon, and he wants us to fill up the Pokédex, which is sort of a index or special device that has information on all the Pokemon in the world out there. At least in Kanto region, it has information on the first 151. Yeah. And the first thing he does is offer you one of 3 Pokemon. It could be the charming Charmander, it could be the silly Squirtle, or it could be the Bulbasaur. And in Pokemon Yellow, you have the chance to get Pikachu. Of course, just like Ash in the series, in the anime series. And Let's Go Eevee and Let's Go Pikachu, we get to choose between, well, depending on which game you got, you get to have a partner Eevee or a partner Pikachu. And here I have a partner Eevee with me. Very reliable dude, and I'll show you why. Professor lets you and rival go ahead and start out from Pallet Town once you have a Pokemon. One memorable thing is if you try to leave town without a Pokemon, Professor Oak will stop you. He'll be like, it's not safe out there. Go take a Pokemon with you. Yes, there are fire-breathing dragons out there. But here, take a Pikachu. So here we are on Route 1, the very first route in all of Pokemon. And it's very fitting. It's called Route 1. Easy to remember. It's a short path with a bunch of ledges. I remember back in the day, it took me a long time to figure out that I couldn't jump this way over the ledges, only down. Because back in the day, it was just 2D, and I didn't understand that it was a change in elevation was what I was facing. So I can only jump down from ledges here on Route 1, and I can't go up them this way. I have to go up the inclines, right? In this part, we do see lots of Pidgey and Rattata. That hasn't changed. In Let's Go Eevee, we have a version exclusive that shows up here too, a Bellsprout. Very fitting to see plants and typical kind of fauna that you see in the city. Very approachable, as in like pigeons and rats. You see them here. And the very first helpful NPC out there is this guy. He gives you a potion. As you make your way through Route 1, you are expected to probably catch a Pidgey or 2 and a Rattata. The first big challenge in terms of Pokemon battling Though, those normal type Pokemon that you pick up here won't be of that much help. And you'll see why. Hey, Chansey found something. A raspberry, awesome. Yeah, so people who play Pokemon Go will know you get raspberries in Pokemon Go also. They brought that here too, makes it easier for a Pokemon to catch. Oh, what's this? A Pidgeot! If I saw a Pidgeot on Route 1, well, let's just say lots of players would probably think this game is too hard. In this, in this iteration, we're able to see a Pidgeot flying around here too. Wow, no wonder Professor Oak told you to come back and get a Pokemon first. Okay, so the first town that you come across aside from Pallet Town is Viridian City. And in the anime, this was, well, it was like an arc of like 5 or 6 episodes just to get to Viridian City, so I'm glad that we're here in the matter of, what, like 5 minutes? Good progress, okay. Littered throughout the town, just to make you aware, if you're wondering about these trainers that have a Pokemon thought bubble over them, they are master trainers of that Pokemon. They're just an extra end-game challenge for people with letsgoeevee and Pikachu. You're expected to challenge them fighting that using that Pokemon against their Pokemon and see who's better. So Viridian City is here. We finally made it. Viridian City is the first Pokemon town with a gym in it. But thankfully also, they don't let you have access to the gym right away. It's like the mercy of not seeing a Pidgeot right away on Route 1. And the reason for that is the hardest gym leader is actually the one that lives here. But we'll talk about that again later. Okay. So the first memorable thing for me about Viridian City is this flower patch over here. And they went ahead and showed that here. It reminds me of Animal Crossing. But yes, they carried it on over from first gen to this gen here. This is the first town you also experience what a Pokemon Mart is. And it turns out that the first thing that you're asked to do, first side mission, well, it's kind of part of the mainline mission, is to bring a parcel from the Pokemon Mart here back to Professor Oak. Pokemon Marts are in the Pokemon world where you get lots of items. They're almost necessary. Actually, they are necessary if you want to succeed in this world. You can get Pokeballs of your typical variety from Viridian City, and this is the thing that you'll use to catch Rattata and Pidgey. And as you can see under the counter there too, they also have examples of Premier Balls. And Premier Balls look super special and pretty. And honestly, that's all they need to be, because they look super cool. It makes you want to use them, right? If you get 10 Pokeballs at the same time, then you get a freebie Premier Ball also. They work just the same as regular Pokeballs. They don't have higher effectiveness or better probability of catching something, but they look super cool. So if you want to catch a special Pokemon, you throw it into a Premier Ball, and then during battles, it'll be like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna watch out for this one. It looks like this trainer has a special affinity for this Pokemon being thrown out of the Premier Ball. The Pokemon Mart also sells items that are good for you in Pokemon battles, because in Pokemon World, to succeed, you also have to be strong enough, you have to train your Pokemon to be strong enough to overcome the challenges coming your way, which usually come in the form of battles. So potions here are ways to restore your Pokemon HP, so you don't have to visit your mom in Pallet Town or a Pokemon Center, which we'll talk about in a bit. And they also have things for side effects like poison and burn. And aside from, you know, burn having an effect on your HP every turn, there are tiny secondary effects like burn will lower your special attack or something like that. So the side effects in this game, the negative status effects, are a little bit stronger than they might seem, a little bit worse than they might seem at first glance, because they have tiny side effects also. We have Ice Heal and Awakenings. Thankfully, nothing here can freeze us yet, or put us to sleep just yet, or paralyze us just yet, but as you can see, they have all the inventory to help you out with that. Oh, and Revives, if in case you miscalculated and your Pokemon's gone, to bring them back, you gotta use a Revive. And for those of you who watch my Sword and Shield streams, you'll see that I use this a lot. I underestimate the enemy a lot. Escape ropes are important. We'll talk about escape ropes a little bit later. And then repels and lures. Oh, this guy has everything. We'll talk about this stuff later. So anyway, Pokemon marts. Yes, the pharmacy or the chemist. That's basically this area here for the Pokemon world. And yeah, stock up and get ready to go. You got to make sure you have enough Pokecoins or gold to buy anything though, and you usually earn those off of battles. Okay. Here is an important landmark in every city worth talking about. There's a Pokemon Center. And I went ahead and had Chansey as my partner Pokemon because Chansey is here. In every Kanto Pokemon Center, there is a Chansey and a Nurse Joy helping us out. So if ever your Pokemon are in low health or need to be revived for free, just talk to them and they'll be willing to help you out there. Very nice. Okay. And Pokemon Center is the first place where you could get an overview of actually the whole map that we're going to walk through today. And that's Kanto right here. I remember when I went into the Pokemon Centers and I looked at the map, I would be constantly wondering about what's going to happen in the next town. In Kanto region, the map is pretty linear up until you get to about here. Then you can have a choice of where you want to go to, and the world opens up a little bit more here. So it's kind of exciting to see where you're headed to, and it's nice to remember where you came from. And actually that's the reason for the stream today. We're going to remember where we came from in terms of Kanto. We're going to go ahead and walk through Kanto and talk about everything on the way. Okay, so we got the basics down. That is Pokemon Towns 101. Now we'll just talk about the unique stuff about each Pokemon Town as we walk through them. Alright? Okay. So the first thing that happens here is we go left because everyone wants to know what's over here. It's not part of the route that you're supposed to go to, but if you play Pokemon, you're an explorer, right? And I'm pretty sure, 99% sure, you were checking out what this area was all about. If you go left here, you get stopped by a guard at the beginning of the game that says you gotta turn back. You don't have what it takes to get past here. And what he means by what it takes is these gym badges here. Oh, there. Gym badges at the right side of the screen. You have to earn it by battling these folks who are masters of their Pokemon type. And once you get all 8 of them, then you're going to be able to have access to this area, which we will revisit at the end of our trek today, okay? So this is Ramble to Remember with Orpheus from RGB Worlds. Be sure to stick with me as we go through Kanto today. And you can follow us on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch and see what we're up to on the weekdays and every weekend at this time for Pokemon, okay? So this is the Viridian City Gym. It's usually locked to us at the beginning of the game because the owner or the gym leader isn't at home. That's all I have to say about that for now, but it's kind of mysterious. Who is that guy anyway, right? One part that happens here is this old man who's actually looking at the gym right now. He teaches you how to catch Pokemon. And we move on to Route 2. When the route system numbering is simple, it's easy to navigate. The next place you're expected to go through is Route 2, which is a short spot right here. Just a patch of grass, basically. And this station that transfers you over to Viridian Forest, okay? Along the way, there's lots of NPCs to talk to, and it's always worth talking to them because they might give you free items because they're just nice people, or they might give you a tip to help you navigate the next area. Uh-oh. Yeah. I don't know about you, but if you took a moment to listen to the Viridian Forest music, you might conclude that it's kind of a scary piece of music. For the first real wild area of the game, you encounter this music. And it makes sense. This is the first time that you're not in the safety of a town or near a town anymore. And so this is your first foray into journeying alone. So what can you do? I'm gonna go ahead and call out Porygon. Have him walk with me for a bit, because he looks super cool. It's kind of out of nowhere, but he looks super cool right here. So Viridian Forest itself is like a maze, and this is the first time you see certain trainers like Bugcatcher and Lass, who focus on, well, bug Pokemon and cute Pokemon. Neat thing about this forest is if you constantly tap A in the red and blue generation, you could probably find a hidden item on the floor. And items at this stage are super important to staying alive. If all your Pokemon get knocked out, you get knocked out apparently, and you get thrown back to the previous Pokemon Center you were at. So we make our way through the forest carefully, try not to run into anything. But this is where the fan favorite Pokemon Pikachu can be found. So, oh, speaking of, look, he just called out right there. Good timing. In red and blue and yellow, well, red and blue especially, Pikachu are so hard to find. They're rare, and when you go through a wild area, there's a difference. There's Pokemon that show up very commonly. There are those that are uncommon, and there are Pokemon that are rare, and Pikachu are rare. Very fitting though, because huge fan favorite from Pokemon anime series, it should be fittingly hard to find. And when you do get a Pikachu, it'll help us out 2 towns from now. You'll see. This is also where you first see the likes of Caterpie and Weedle. They are the first bug Pokemon. While bug Pokemon in general are kind of weak compared to most Pokemon in endgame, they are a staple for the first couple areas, especially when they know strong moves like Psychic type moves and Poison type moves. They can be unusually helpful, or exceptionally helpful, in the first part of the game. I like this part of Viridian Forest right here. It is dappled with sunlight, and it looks really cool. This effect right here that they have in Viridian Forest. And there we are. So that's the end of Viridian Forest. This is a grind fest forest. In the games, when you're trying to raise Pokemon for battling, you're going to find you spend many hours in that forest right there. So, oh, this guy resembles my rival, but he's not quite my rival. His haircut looks the same. Okay, let's pick some other Pokemon that's a little bit less out of place than Porygon, I just realized. Let's pick a Sandshrew to go with us here. Alright, nice. So we reach the next area, and you can see that there are some places that branch off to the right. It's actually shortcuts to other areas that you normally go through later in the game. But when you do get the ability to cut down branches, you're able to shortcut through there. So for example, shortcut. But when we're going through the town for the first time, we're going through here, and we've reached Pewter City. This is the first Pokemon town where you actually fight a Pokemon trainer, or Pokemon gym leader, and so it's kind of important that you gain the experience that you need before you end up challenging the gym in this town. Hey Joy, thanks for liking the stream. We're doing kind of a nostalgia stream today. Ramble to remember, so to speak. We're gonna ramble on through Kanto and talk about everything as we're going. Yeah, because a viewer from last time, Chi Laws, was asking for a nostalgia stream, and this is the best way. What better way than to reminisce together just by walking through the towns. I'm gonna try to avoid battles as much as I can so we can just keep talking about the places. But if there's an unavoidable battle, then we'll do it. Alright, so Pewter City is here. It is named after pewter, like the mineral, or the rock, or the statues. Because what's this called? The theme of this town is like stone. Oh, for sure. Joy says nostalgic for sure. Definitely, definitely. So Pewter City, a stone gray city. The first part here, flower bed. If I recall, one of them was throwing repels and one of them was throwing lures. And they were trying to do other things like repel bug Pokemon, but also lure bug Pokemon. Anyway, they were working on their flower fields in a way that was like counteracting the other one. So that's the flower fields. Here are Geodude and hikers. If I said there was a home base for hikers, I'd say they were from Pewter City because this town is all about stones. You can see the walkways and even the buildings are made of stone. So, oh, looks like Sandshrew found something. There we are. Oh, Nana Berry. You can use that to catch Pokemon easier. So one thing to remember about Pewter City is it's not only the first Pokemon gym you could challenge, it's also the place that you could see the Pewter Museum of Science. When you go into Pewter Museum of Science, you'll end up seeing some exhibits that make you question what is about this world, what's in this world anyway. So you just have a small nominal fee to get in, and you can start looking around. So we have some very Animal Crossing-esque fossils around here, but in Pokemon they are actually about mysterious fossil Pokemon that could be revived later in the game. It's a neat way to foreshadow what's happening without letting on that these things are gonna actually be in the game, because they keep saying, hey, these are ancient Pokemon. They've been extinct for many years, so you don't expect to see them later. It adds to the thrill when you actually get that chance to catch them for yourselves. And on the second floor, it's just about astronomy stuff. We have a world map, and I remember distinctly that there's this poster here about traveling through space, and I thought that was really neat. They didn't have to, but they put like a space exhibit here. And actually in a later gen you get to travel to space, and that's super neat. That is like foreshadowing to the max, because if first floor was foreshadowing the capture of fossil Pokemon for yourself, this second level is about foreshadowing a couple generations later when you fight like the likes of Deoxys and stuff, or have that whole setting out in space. Yeah. So Pewter Museum of Science, don't forget about this place. It is a staple. In fact, of all the Pokemon games, I'm not sure that I'd seen any other museums, formal museums, except for this one. So we have our museum and our culture. Now that we're cultured, let's go brawl with the gym leader. If we go down this way, in kind of this spiral motion, we encounter the first gym. And it looks like the gym leader is Brock. His name is a pun on Brock. Okay. The rock solid Pokemon trainer. If you go through here, you can get some tips from this gentleman about how best to face this gym. Hopefully your Pokemon are strong enough to overcome the battles that you'll encounter here. There are gym trainers here. As long as you make eye contact, they will challenge you to a battle. So if you're not feeling up for a battle, you just quietly make your way around behind them. You could skip through all that. But it's not a bad idea to challenge them though. They give you kind of a gauge as to how strong this Pokemon gym leader is going to be. And one of the memorable things is this guy says you're light years away from facing Brock. And then he corrects himself later by saying, hey, light years is a measure of distance, not time. Oops. If any of you remember that, go ahead and let me know in the comments also. The first gym leader you see, a very familiar face, because he's also in Pokemon the series, and my goodness, Pokemon the series really took over the 90s for me. That was like the first anime that I'd ever watched, and Brock, he is a character that follows around the protagonist in that anime series for many seasons. And here in Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow, Fire Red, Leaf Green, Green, Let's Go Eevee, Let's Go Pikachu. He is the first gym leader you can actually fight. And he brings to the table a Geodude and an Onix. Oh, he's fighting me now. Huh. I didn't expect the rematch. Okay, well, let's see what he's got. Okay. In the later games, in Pokemon Gold and Silver also, you can rematch these guys and see they're really strong Pokemon, like they're not holding back anymore type strong Pokemon. Oh my goodness, I didn't expect the battle. Okay. Help me out here. So the difficult thing about Brock is he is your first rock type Pokemon trainer, and up until now you've only gotten bug, normal type, electric type Pokemon, and none of their moves are super effective against rock types. So talk about a steep learning curve at the very first part of the battle. Hopefully we can just out-level him. If your Pokemon is strong enough, if it's at a higher enough level, then you could just probably power your way through the battle. And I'm thinking that's what we might have to do, because Porygon is a normal type Pokemon also. Oh no, it's the thing! That's actually super cool. Brock has a Kabutops, did you know? I didn't know. I didn't even know that we could rematch people in Let's Go Eevee like this. I'm kind of surprised, but let's see if we're strong enough to challenge him and win. I don't want to get knocked out and sent back to the Pokemon Center. I lose money for doing that too, by the way. So the stakes are high. Okay, so we have the Kabutops Water Rock Pokemon. Only thing strong enough. Oh, it doesn't even have a grass type move. Hang on. I was looking for a grass type move to nail both weaknesses at the same time. Uh-oh. It looks like the only chance of survival I have is to go with my trusty partner Pokemon Eevee, who's been there with me from the very start. So suddenly the stakes are super high. Eevee, I hope you hang in there. I don't know how many revives I have, but we gotta do it. Here we go. Okay, rock water. Let's just throw water at you. Water does neutral damage, so maybe it'll be a net positive if I do water against the rock. It didn't matter! Oh! Okay, well, one more hit. Go! You know, that's very fitting that he is a Kabutops, though. We were just talking about Kabutops, huh? Oh, Omastar. Here we go. Omastar for sure is part rock. I wonder if I have any fighting type moves. Oh yeah, so the way to pull through in this battle actually is to hopefully have a Bulbasaur with you. Remember before, you could have a starting Pokemon that could be a Squirtle or a Charmander or a Bulbasaur. The truth is, Bulbasaur is the easiest Pokemon to start out with in the first gen because Bulbasaur is super effective against the first two gym leaders. And given the Pokemon that you get before facing the two gym leaders, given that they're not super effective against them at all, Bulbasaur is like the easy mode. That's like the only way to get an easy mode in this game. Uh-oh. That looked strong. Okay. Eevee hung in there. Eevee, throw a dark type move at him. Wow! Omastar, that was kind of overkill. Omastar just did a seismic toss and threw Eevee into the stratosphere. Get him. Yes. Okay, I'm ready for you. I know that Eevee has a water type move, and Onix being rock ground, you should be weak to this. Here you go. Have one. At this time, Squirtle could also throw out a Bubble Beam or a Bubble if you trained it to about level 12, 13 or so. And if you're really a good Pokemon trainer, you might even have evolved Squirtle into Wartortle at this point, and this match should be easy for you. We have an Aerodactyl, a very interesting type. It's a rock flying type Pokemon. Super effective against itself in a way. Throw a rock at a bird, that's what happens. But also, flying types are weak to ice, and I got an ice type move right here. There you go. Nice job, Eevee. Yes. Why was I worried? Kidding, I was literally worried, but it looks like Eevee's pulling through for us, so I'm super happy about that. Ah, Golem! This is a strong Pokemon. It's a 3rd tier evolution. It means your Pokemon evolved twice, and to get this in the day was very difficult because you could only get it by evolving a Geodude, like that rock dude we saw earlier in town, and then trading it to a friend you trust will also trade it back to you. That's the only way to get a Golem. So here we go, Bouncy Bubble. Well, that's nice. I'm glad that worked out. So the nice thing about Pokemon gym leaders is that they're always looking for your growth. I've never met a gym leader that was like really just mean. I mean, the Pokemon Adventures manga might be a different story because that's sort of like a mature storyline, but in the Pokemon games, all the gym leaders are really looking after your own growth. Even a specific villainous gym leader we'll talk about later, even he was just impressed by your connection to your team. So much so impressed that he even repented and changed his ways. Anyway, we'll talk about that. So thankfully, we survived that gym experience. I did not expect that. And I'm just super happy that that ended up okay. Awesome. In first gen, the Pokemon Center is where you'd be able to switch out your Pokemon. Turns out that you can only carry 6 at a time. Pokemon rules. And in the first gen, you could only switch out your Pokemon using a PC that you find at the Pokemon Center. In later gen games like this one, you can always find all your Pokemon through the Pokemon box that just travels with you, I guess. So all your Pokemon are right here. If getting through Viridian Forest was hard, this next area is even harder. This is the first route that is absolutely littered with Pokemon trainers that you can't really avoid. And it's a confusing route because of all the ledges and where am I supposed to jump off of, right? The ledges here are a good way to shortcut back to the beginning if you're finding your Pokemon are in need of assistance and in need of getting back to the Pokemon Center. You jump through the ledges and it's an easier way to get back to town. So it looks like Fearow are here. Actually, this is the first region where you see the fan favorite Jigglypuff. Do you know that Jigglypuff is actually the second favorite Pokemon like of all time in Japan? At least it was for a very long time. And this is where you could find it. They were kind of difficult to catch. They inflict the first status damage move that you'd ever experience, which is sleep, because Jigglypuff can sing to you. Oh yeah, looks like Joy remembers. Definitely. Jigglypuff be here. And Jigglypuff in the anime series was a really fun character too, because Jigglypuff's voice is so nice, it puts everyone to sleep. But it also takes offense because it thinks that, well, if you put people to sleep with their singing, it thought that you thought it was boring, or you know, its performance was boring. So Joy says Jigglypuff is one of her favorite Pokemon characters because feels like she puts people to sleep with her soft singing voice. Yeah, that's a very nice character of your voice, Joy. And, you know, if we have lullaby singers, if that's a thing, like if you work at a daycare, I can imagine that would be like the ultimate skill to have. How's it go? Something like that. So we start seeing hikers, and for some reason all the hikers in Kanto look exactly the same. It might be a conspiracy type thing, how all Nurse Joys look exactly the same. These might be government issued hikers. No, I'm just kidding. But they all tend to be portly guys that are, well, let's say they look like they have the energy to get through the mountains for sure. And the hikers will carry with them rock type Pokemon. So your training at the Pokemon gym in Pewter City will carry on over to here. You'll know how to deal with rock type Pokemon. That will be now more and more common with the prevalence of hikers here. Mercifully, there is a Pokemon Center at the end of that route, right before this next town, which is a cave. Actually, of all places, this is a cave called Mount Moon. And for fans of the Pokemon series will remember this is where the Clefairy live. The Clefairy are supposed to be from outer space, but they decide to live here. That's because they are fairy type Pokemon? And they're just mysterious that way? Well, it's also because Jigglypuff and Clefairy have a connection in a way. They're both fairy types, but we didn't know about fairy types until later. And I'm not sure it's super coincidental. I think it's on purpose. Those two Pokemon are fairy type Pokemon and they both evolve using Moonstones, which you can find here in Mount Moon. Thankfully, Mount Moon is not a dark cave, so we can still see what's going on in here without even needing any light source. So that's good, because if there was a need for a light source here, again, that would be way too hard. So we go through Mount Moon, and in Pokemon Yellow, we get the thrill of seeing Pokemon rivals. No, they're not rivals. They're from Team Rocket. We get to see the Pokemon villains Jesse and James for the first time here in Mount Moon, and they will be showing up on your journey through Pokemon Yellow a lot. But it's good to get acquainted with them here, so you know that there's someone up to no good following you around or something like that. So you gotta train up for your own defense, right? Don't want to get knocked out in the middle of a cave like this. Get sent all the way back to the Pokemon Center. That would be a bummer. So Mount Moon is kind of confusing. For the first time you experience a dungeon, and in dungeons you have upstairs and downstairs and basements and attics, so to speak. What I mean is there's multiple floors, but the way through is through here. Ooh, water. And this is where, yes, even in even in Red and Blue, you start seeing Team Rocket members here. Who is Team Rocket? Team Rocket is an organization that uses Pokemon unscrupulously for selfish needs. They are looking for profit, and usually they have no qualms about using Pokemon, abusing Pokemon to get that. So right here is where you'd face off against a Team Rocket member who is bullying a nerd. I mean, that sounds mean, but that's what they were called. Oh, hey. Yeah, Joy says the music background is so soothing while the rain falls. Is it raining where you're at? I bet that's a very good ASMR type thing. Now we're at Mount Moon. You need to relax to the sounds of Mount Moon. I'm just kidding. I'll start my ASMR channel some other days. So this Pokemon... Hey, that's great. Yeah, I love the rain. I'm glad it's raining over there. This Pokemon trainer that you first meet here is a nerd, literally called a nerd. It's not my words, not my verbiage. But he's thankful enough to split what he found with you for protecting him against Team Rocket. He found 2 types of fossils, a Helix fossil, and there's a Dome fossil. There's lots of people out there that really like the Helix fossil, as in, it's this whole fandom, the Helix fossil thing. And that sounds confusing, but it's true, so I mentioned it. If you get the Helix fossil later, you'll get a certain fossil Pokemon. If you get the Dome fossil, you get the other one. And I'll talk about that when we get to the spot where you can finally use it. So right here you get a fossil you can't use for most of the game, and you might be wondering, what's going on? I can't use it for anything. But late game, you can finally use it for something, trust me. Looks like Eevee's starting to get sleepy, probably because of the rain. Let's wake you up. So there you go. Wake up, Eevee. Right, Joy? Yeah, Eevee's so cute. I gave Eevee some flower decorations or accessories to be even cuter, I guess. Here is the route that leads from Mount Moon to town. Even though we were beat up by going through the route and going through Mount Moon, this route isn't so bad. It doesn't have so many trainers, so you can easily slip past them. And it's sort of just a small prelude to Cerulean City. I think the main purpose of this route was that if you're not strong enough to face this gym leader in this next town, you can go back and grind a little bit, get more EXP, train up your Pokemon to be a bit stronger. So this is Cerulean City. Cerulean is the color of blue. If you've been keeping tabs on the names of the Pokemon towns so far, they're color themed. And the artists that are out here watching the stream might really like the naming conventions of Kanto for that reason. So Cerulean City is the first place we... Wait, is this where the bike shop is? No way. Really? Okay, I remember the bike shop showing up later in the game, but that might be my memory playing tricks on me. So here we have a bike shop, and what I do remember of the bike shop is the first time you go in, the bikes are so expensive, like the most expensive things in the Pokemon world ever. Like 10 million Philippine pesos or something. But for one reason or another, when you help out people, they'll give you things. And someone will give you a bike voucher that'll let you get a bike for free. So, oh, yeah, the bike maniac talks fast. And when you get your bike voucher, you can get your bike and you can traverse through Kanto that much faster for it. Joy says this game gives such Animal Crossing feels too. Agreed. Yeah, it's pleasant, right? The drawing style. Oh wow. Electrode. What? Electrode would be a very good Pokemon to have in this town because, well, water conducts electricity, and in Pokemon World, electricity Pokemon are strong against water-type Pokemon. If it wasn't clear yet, Cerulean City's theme is water, and the Pokemon gym that's here will be all about water-type Pokemon. Misty is also a fan favorite from Pokemon the series. She is a gym leader that also followed Ash through Kanto, and I think Johto as well, yes. So here we are. So just like in Joy's Animal Crossing stream last night, when we visited Ohana Island, there's a centerpiece here of Pearl, and looks like Misty likes that aesthetic also. So Misty, the water-type gym leader, is here. As you can see, we could make our way to Misty by walking on these ice blocks, or glass blocks, yeah. And then you can face her here. Just trust me, she has a lot of water-type Pokemon. I don't know if I should just fight them. Let me see. Actually, you know what? That could be a thing. Give me 5 minutes, I'll take Misty down. Just kidding. Make it sound so easy. But what I'll do here is I'll show you the way to win against her. You want to use them water type Pokemon. Alright. Hey Bernadette, thanks for liking the stream. Really appreciate that. We are making our way through Kanto. We went all the way from Pallet Town to, well, Cerulean City now. And so we're about to see what Misty has in store for us. For those who fight Misty for the first time, her iconic Pokemon Starmie is usually the hardest Pokemon to overcome. And so you gotta be ready with grass types and with electric types, which are both super effective against water. Looks like this time around, Misty has upped her game and included a Golduck. It's fitting because in Pokemon the Animated Series, Misty's Psyduck is kind of an iconic Pokemon also. But Golduck, like many others, is water type, and we gotta make use of that super effective system. Let's get super effective moves in, okay? It looks like we might be able to knock out Golduck with 2 moves of Petal Dance. Wow. Nice. I hope that didn't give you a headache, Golduck. Huh? Did you level up? Nice. Okay. Double edge? Nah. Vaporeon! Oh, this was actually my favorite Pokemon out of the evolutions. It still is, actually. It looks so fancy. It has a rufflet? No, that's a Pokemon name. I don't know the name of that ruffling thing, but it's like around its neck. And it looks very like royal because of it. So, Vaporeon, very cool. Oh, what happened? Here. Oh, Petal Dance confuses me? Oh my goodness, it used an Ice-type move. So Vaporeon used an Ice-type move against a Grass-type. And in POKéMONworld, Grass-types are weak to Ice-type moves. As well as Flying-type Pokemon. So this is a bad idea also. Let's not send Zapdos yet. Let's send Eevee. So, like I said earlier, I use a lot of revives because I tend to underestimate my opponent. These Pokemon trainers don't play. They're serious about it now, for sure. So, in a twist of irony, Vaporeon is now facing its counterpart, or its pre-evolution Eevee. But the nice thing about Eevee is that it's not easy to exploit its normal type, because the only thing that's effective against a normal type Pokemon is fighting type. And so in a way, it's sort of resistant to everything. Whoops, I used a water type move against a water type Pokemon. Let's go. Oh, it was strong enough to knock it out though. Okay, so Vaporeon is gone. And I'm curious to see what magical water type or maybe ice type Pokemon Misty is planning on sending out next. Gyarados! Aha! If you see a Gyarados, you guys, it's very easy to get intimidated. Not just because of its special ability Intimidate, but also because it is monstrous looking. But the one thing to know about Gyarados is its typing is Water Flying. And guess what is double weak to... It's double weak to Electricity. So as long as I get one good clean hit in, I think Zapdos is gonna knock this one out. ×4, nice. Hey Paul, great to see you, man. Thanks for liking the stream. We're walking through Kanto, and we made our way from Pallet Town. If anyone remembers, or if, like Paul, if you remember anything that brings you nostalgia from this region of Pokemon, feel free to share it in the comments. It looks like we're gonna have another water type Pokemon, so I'm just gonna stick it out here. So this is the iconic Pokemon I mentioned earlier, Starmie, and my goodness. You know, a funny thought about this is that there used to be some playground rumors about a special trading card with Misty. it made me laugh that I was so interested in seeing the specific Misty trading card with Starmie. I don't want to get into many details. It is a rated G stream, so I'm just gonna move on from there. But it is an iconic Pokemon because Misty's gym. In Misty's gym, Starmie is like her strongest Pokemon the first time we face her. Awesome. Yeah, Paul, same. I'm glad to see that. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well too, I'm guessing, because it looks like you got some time to relax and enjoy a Pokemon stream here today. Oh, yeah. Joey, don't ask too many questions. It's a rated G stream, so I can't get into that. But anyway, playground rumors or something back in the 90s. In the 90s also, there were all sorts of rumors about what type of cheat codes you could put into the game, like the truck and Mew, but we'll talk about that when we get over to that town, okay? The thing about the 90s was that when you had a rumor on the playground, you couldn't really verify it because the internet wasn't that good, and you couldn't double check. You couldn't fact check, I guess, rumors. So all sorts of things like, oh, you could do this. Oh, my Furby can learn the alphabet. You couldn't double check that in the 90s, but that was part of the magic of the 90s also. So many possibilities. Just don't know that they're lies. I'm just kidding. Wow, that was dark. Okay. Joy's angry at me. Lagotka. So we have Dugong. This is the last Pokemon from Misty's team. I was about to say stream because I don't know. I'm getting used to streaming now. Wow, so Dugong is quite strong in the defense department, it looks like, in special defense department. Right. Paul says the scrambled Pokemon from Pokemon Red caused a bunch of arguments back in our school days. Well, for sure, man. Those scrambled Pokemon were like, what am I looking at? And there's a funny series called, oh goodness, what was it? There's a funny CG series called Charmander, Squirtle, Squad? Hang on, one sec, I'll find it for you. Starter Squad. There's a funny series on YouTube called Starter Squad where the scrambled Pokemon, well, it's basically Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur are trying to rebel against the humans or something. Anyway, they encounter one of the scrambled Pokemon and it glitches out the world and it's just so bizarre. But yes, the first time we see scrambled Pokemon in Pokemon Red and Blue, it added to all that mystery of the 90s because it's like, we didn't know what glitches were either. So we were like, this is a weird Pokemon I saw. I swear I saw it, guys. Believe me, you guys. That sounds so familiar, right? There was a lot of that back in the day. So we beat the gym leader, and usually the guy standing at the front will congratulate you, and that's a nice thing to have. Someone congratulate you, because you couldn't phone home and say, hey mom, I beat the gym leader here. You had to get your congrats from the NPCs, and it's nice. The guy is kind of everywhere at once. You know, maybe this place is the Matrix, because we get the scrambled Pokemon that are glitching out, and then we also have like all the NPCs that look the same. Maybe it is the Matrix. Matrix, the very first video game, Pokemon Blue and Red. So after we defeat Cerulean City, we end up going north from here because this house is blocked off. This, for some reason, is the only way to get past this town to the next town. So either the owners here are super generous and they just open their doors to anyone at any time of the day, or they just bought a really bad piece of real estate right there, because that is the only way to progress to the next town. Granted, the first time you go through here, it is blocked off, so we kind of explore where else can we go, and we end up going this way. So this is the Nugget Bridge, and each time you beat one of these guys, or maybe it's when you beat the last guy, you get a gold nugget which you can sell for a lot of Pokemon money. It's also another gauntlet that you have to face. Trainers on end. But if you are needing healing, you don't have to do them all at once. You can backtrack to the Pokemon Center. So here's a mysterious spot. There are certain parts of Kanto, Kanto's routes that branch off in an unexpected way. And earliest part that you come across this part in the game, you're mainly here to catch Abra, because psychic Pokemon were so powerful in the first generation, and Abra were hard to catch, but this was like one place you could find them for sure. They would always try to teleport away from you though. But in first gen, Pokemon like Abra were super effective against Poison and Ghost because of a programming error. So that's why your Gengar, it's both Poison and Ghost, was super weak to Psychic, even though it shouldn't have been, because of that programming error. There's a part here called Cerulean... actually, what is this thing called again? It's such a mysterious place that I forgot the name of it. But later on, when you backtrack to this area and have a way to surf into it... Oh, Cerulean Cave. This is where you can find a very legendary Pokemon. Just wanted to mention it here in case I forgot about it later. But this is actually the true end game right here. After you've done everything else in the game, you go back to Cerulean City and you try to face the challenge that's awaiting you in Cerulean Cave. So after you caught your Abra, and hopefully your friends have helped you evolve it into an Alakazam. Yeah, right. That'll take a lot of training. But at that point, you can trade your Abra after it evolves into Kadabra with your friend to evolve it into Alakazam, to give yourself a powerhouse Pokemon that could probably help you coast through the rest of the game, honestly. Abra and Geodude and Machop are all Pokemon that evolve through trade. So that is a neat way to incentivize people to cooperate, you know? You have Pokemon Red, I have Pokemon Blue. Let's help each other out. Oh, and something else I hadn't mentioned so far was that between the Pokemon versions, there are version-exclusive Pokemon. So you can only see certain ones in the wild. And because of that, you really had to trade with someone else who had the other version of the game to complete your Pokédex. And the Pokédex is, well, it's a completionist's dream, because you want to catch every Pokemon that's out there to get all the info that you can, right? Here you get to meet Bill. He is the inventor of the PC system where you can store your Pokemon. And he's also invented this machine, which is sort of like from The Fly. It is a... You don't want to trap a fly in the other side and trap yourself in here, because that's a whole other horror story that we'll not get into today. But actually, this one is a very strange machine that ended up transforming Bill into a Pokemon. After we help him out, he lets us he lets us use the PC, and he also gives us, I believe, a ticket for a ship that we use later. My memory's blurry here. Help me out if you remember what Bill does. But after you're done here, you can finally make your way back to Cerulean City and get through that bad piece of real estate, as in that house that you have to go through to make it to the next town. Wait, do I have a bicycle? One sec. This ramble might turn into a quicker rumble if I have a bicycle. Let's see. Oh? You know, I literally don't remember if I have a bicycle. That's alright. So the way back is nice and clear of a lot of trainers, so it's easy to get back into town. And at that time, this house opens up and you see that someone's been here. I think the story is Team Rocket attacked them, and they made their way through here. We could see these huge footprints here. I'm not even sure what type of Pokemon this might be. A Rhydon, maybe? If I were to think about it hard enough. Or maybe Eradicate, yeah, that's a good idea. Alright, so this is the first spot outside of Cerulean City. This part to the right you might be curious about also, so I'll show you what that is really quick here. Town map. We have a town map. There we are. So, even though... Oh, actually no, it's a little bit farther off than I thought, huh? What do you think? Rock tunnel. Yeah. Okay. Actually, let me go through here because I need to fix something in my memory because I don't quite remember. I'm thinking that if I go off to this side area here, then I will see something called the electric power plant. But I want to double check because I'm not sure. What's back here? Ah, okay. Well, I was right. If you go past this point, there is actually a secret power plant area full of magnemite and magneton and voltorbs and the like. And that's where you'll encounter the legendary Pokemon Moltres that I had here. I feel like I owe it to this area just to stop by really quick. I'm not gonna really explore it a whole lot just because it's a maze also. But I feel like it's worth just dropping by really quick to get the feel of what that area looks like. Like earlier when I went to Cerulean Cave, I didn't go in it, right? But you saw it's like full of like ice crystals and things. Well, in the power plant, I think we can get a feel of what's in there by seeing the first room at least. Ah, Magikarp! Oh yeah, by this time, hopefully you catch a Magikarp when you get your old rod from the next town. It's nice to see that our Magikarp are populating the waters around here because then they can turn into that Gyarados thing that we had talked about earlier. Okay, so I feel the need to show you this power plant. It's abandoned? Probably? In any case, not many people come out over here, but this is where maybe Voltorb were manufactured also? I don't know. But as you can see, it's kind of a creepy place also. At the very heart of this maze is a Zapdos. And that is where, if you can bring a team strong enough to get through this place, that's where you can possibly get a Zapdos also. You'll have to whittle down Zapdos HP to get a chance at catching it, right? Okay. So that's a power plant. It's not obvious based off of the town map where that was, so I felt that I needed to show you that because from here it doesn't show really that that's how to get to the power plant, but that's the way. That's something that you have to save for a bit later when you get the chance to cut down things. And actually, yeah, let me detail on that a little bit more. In order to interact with the environment, like cutting down trees and things, you need to beat certain gym leaders and teach your Pokemon how to do that. And so that's why you don't get the ability to cut down the trees that we saw on like Route 2. You have to train your Pokemon and beat certain gym leaders to do that. Cool. So that's our side area. Ooh. That is the fastest tree that I ever saw grow ever. It just grew back to full size right after. We're gonna go ahead and go south here. This is my favorite spot because in Pokemon Blue, this is where I'd see... Well, no, in letsgoeevee, this is where I saw Vulpix for the first time. Vulpix you don't really see till later. It is my favorite Pokemon, but there's a chance you could see it here in Pokemon letsgoeevee. Oh, what's this? It's a really cool, like, red costume. I wanted to show you this because this is the very first Pokemon daycare in all of Pokemon World that you come across. Back in the day when they didn't have Pokemon eggs, this was just a way to raise your Pokemon's level without really doing the work of battling it and making sure it survives a lot of battles, you know, wins a lot of battles. This is one way to kind of passively increase your Pokemon's level. Now that we're in the modern gen, you're able to breed your Pokemon by leaving 2 compatible Pokemon here to hopefully make an egg. And so the Pokemon Daycare has gotten that second function of being sort of a breeding facility also. Although the owners will probably never let you in on the secret of what makes a Pokemon able to produce an egg. They'll be like, oh, I just saw an egg this morning. Here you go. But at least you can get Pokemon for free that way, if you are careful about which Pokemon you leave together in the daycare. So when you go... Oh, hang on. Underground path? Where does that lead to? Let me think about this. So in Kanto, even though it looks kind of linear, there are certain spots that you can shortcut to other places. I feel like that tunnel from there gets you all the way to Vermilion City. I think that's what it was. Yes, that's right. I remember now. This station that goes directly south leads to Saffron City, but you're unable to do it because the guard here is thirsty. That's literally the reason for it. So until you can find some water or iced tea or something, he won't let you through because he's thirsty. You know, kind of think of it, that reasoning doesn't seem that strong at this point. But that's what it was. So you had to make a detour of sorts, going through this area right here, leading all the way to Vermilion City. That's 2 towns south of here. So we'll go ahead and go through there just to help us remember what it was like to go through Kanto for the first time. Kanto? Kanto. British Kanto. Wow, Magnemite and Magneton. Alright. So Vermilion City is almost here. We're on Route 6 and we are south of Saffron. Oh hey Joey, that's it, Kanto. Nice. Kanto. Vulpix! Sorry, Vulpix is my favorite, you guys. They're so cute. Okay, so I got cornered by Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto and Pidgeot look very similar, don't they? But as you can see, you start seeing evolved Pokemon here, like Pidgeotto, and that means the stakes are getting higher. Your Pokemon should be stronger, and you should be a little bit more well-versed in Pokemon types at this part, because Pokemon battles are going to not be super easy anymore. The nice thing about Vermilion City is this is the first time that I could really relax. I don't know, something about the barrage of Viridian City, Pewter Gym, Mount Moon, Cerulean City, the Nugget Bridge, all those trainers after the Nugget Bridge. It felt like nothing but battles up until this point, but Vermilion City was kind of a small respite. This town is big and there's lots of non-battling things to do when you get to this town, so I always felt like it was kind of a breath of fresh air. Vermilion City is the home of the Thunder type gym leader, or Electric type gym leader, and it is also a port. So like how Pewter City had a dual function of being a museum town and a gym town, Vermilion City has a dual function of being the port for the big ship SS Anne and also a gym town. So this is what Vermilion City is. It also has the Pokemon fan club here, and that's where you can geek out with other people about your Pokemon. People in the Pokemon world are very welcoming also. It's like Animal Crossing. You don't worry about when you visit. You just walk in to their house and they'll be like, "Hi." Ah, yay. Farfetch'd. I like Farfetch'd also. They're so nice. Cool. The very first sword fighting Pokemon. Well, it uses a leak, but that's the idea. Here, this should be the Pokemon fan club. All Pokemon fans are welcome. Hello. See, they geek out about the Pokemon. Would you look at my Pikachu's adorable tail? Actually, I really kind of miss the old Pokemon cry, Pikachu cry. Out of all the Pokemon ever, Pikachu's cry is the one that really changed the most because it changed from this kind of electric sounding effect to, well, a Pikachu, you know? Because Pikachu is so popular, I think they decided to just go ahead and change its cry to the actual Pikachu instead of the zapping. I think that's what happened. But the zapping sound was pretty cool too, its original cry. Oh, and I almost forgot. The other exception to that rule too is they changed Eevee's cry also. It changed from or something to wee wee. So Eevee's cry also changed to its voice. So that's new. But like Pikachu has no exceptions. Like in all games now, its cry is Pikachu. Thank you. I remember that Pokemon. Oh, what is this? Oh, I had no idea. Oh, I get so surprised sometimes. Like, look at me claiming to be an expert, but then I get surprised by all these things. Pokemon gym rematches, and I even got uniform sets from the chairman. Okay. So the chairman is really happy when you get to listen to him talk about his Rapidash. So he gives you free stuff. And wow, he's so generous, he's giving us free stuff here too now. He gave us all sorts of, well, outerwear. What? You know, I have a feeling that the Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu guys don't get access to all this stuff because look at this. Or maybe not as easy anyway. Because I have such a close relationship with our Eevee, my partner Pokemon Eevee, I get to have outerwear that matches too. You know, this is super cool. I'm tempted to just change to the Umbreon. Oh, let's see what the Vaporeon looks like. Light blue. It's pleasant to look at for sure. Umbreon looks cool though. Oh, yay! Patience, guys, just for a second, because I got excited about this for a second. I went for this whole nautical looking theme, but if I actually have an Vaporeon set, then you know, that's even better. I can't really see the bag from here, but I'm just gonna go ahead and put the Vaporeon bag. Let's just go all Vaporeon today. Although Umbreon looks really cool too. Oh yeah, in the very first gen, they were very groundbreaking, that's for sure, but the actual fashion of the Pokemon and the Pokemon trainer wasn't a thing just yet until like the 3rd generation, or no, past that even, huh? And it's a nice little touch that you added. You can have a little bit of customization on your character by wearing things. It's a nice touch. Oh, Diglett on your head, Loaf. That's cute. Let's coordinate though. That Diglett kind of confused me because I'll stick there. Okay, great. Now we're all Vaporeonized. My Eevee will not evolve into Vaporeon, but at least I can make it a fanboy of Vaporeon. So here at Pokemon Fan Club, you get free stuff from the president if you're willing to listen to him geek out about stuff. So that's a really welcome thing. Cute. What? Yeah, so the Pokemon Masters, the endgame thing, these are not gym leaders, but they're just like fanatics about their Pokemon also. They want you to fight them using the same Pokemon they'll use to fight you, see who's better at using them. But these Pokemon are not like level 5. They're like really high level and hard to beat, so each of those are like mini bosses, honestly. It's a great touch to the end game, especially for veteran trainers who come back to the modern gen to face this Pokemon world again. So to even get to Vermilion City Gym, you have to cut down a tree, which says something about the public works, I'm sure. But to even access this gym, you gotta do that. And the special thing about Lieutenant Surge is that his gym was not a straightforward maze to him. Straightforward maze. Rather, you had to check these trash cans for switches to unlock some electrical barriers that you can only walk through after they're down. So you have to double check the trash, see what's there. Hopefully there's a switch, and then that way it opens up the path to Lieutenant Surge. And it'll drop these laser electric barriers also, and you can fight him. So Lieutenant Surge is really cool. He said that he was part of the Pokemon War, which brings up a lot of questions as to like, Pokemon were in a war before? Some people think that it ties to like Generation Black and White, but I think that might be kind of a stretch. I don't know. In any case, he is a military themed Pokemon trainer, and so that's why he is here. To fight against him, best thing to do is use ground type Pokemon, because ground type, not rock type, are the ones that are strong against lightning actually. So if you want to have a chance against Lieutenant Surge, be sure to use your ground types. Now back in Gen 1, they used to pretty much make it so that if you were part ground type, you were basically also rock type. That was true for a lot of things like Rhydon, Golem, Onyx, Pokemon like that. Might be a little bit different for the Nidoran family because they're like ground poison, but for the very prominent rock types, they were basically ground type also. So hopefully you're able to get something together with regard to rock types at this point, because Mount Moon had some like Geodudes and things. But for us, let me see if I can bring anything to make this battle a bit easier. Electric types, huh? Oh, and you know, with the addition of steel types, a lot of electric types have a dual typing with steel, which are weak to fire. So I'm thinking I'll bring out Moltres. As long as I can get my hits in before them, then I might be able to knock him out, but it's something important to know. Electric types are strong against flying types like Moltres, so gotta watch out for that. It looks like a lot of my rock types are kind of weak, so I'm just gonna add a lot of them. Maybe I'll win just through sheer numbers this time. Oh, my favorite Ninetales, let's do that. Bulbasaur is also a good one for this gym because electric types are... Grass types versus electric types, they have a resistance against electric types, so between Charizard, which is part flying, and Blastoise, which is water, probably best to have Bulbasaur at this point. Although Charizard is probably still Charmeleon at this point and didn't gain the flying type, so it's reasonable to use Charmeleon at this stage on your first journey through Kanto. Alright. We should probably be fine. I hope. Okay. The thing about Alolan Executor is that it's Grass Dragon, and dragons are strong. Well, electric can't hurt dragons very much either, so in a pinch, our Alolan Executor could probably be like a tank for this particular battle. I don't think Electrode is part Steel, so this is going to be a bad matchup. I'm not going to subject Moltres to that, so let's just go ahead and throw out Executor right away. One-fourth the damage versus neutral attack. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. About Electrodes. So at this stage you're not able to pick up an Electrode yourself because you typically can't get to the power plant yet. But it looks like Lieutenant Surge is willing to use an Electrode anyway. But the thing about Electrodes is they're explosive. Yeah, it's kind of their thing. An explosion will do massive damage against you at the cost of fainting itself. Even more than self-destruct, I believe. Huh. So that Ice Punch that Electabuzz had was super effective against Rhydon because of the ground type of Rhydon, which is weak to ice. Let's hope this drill run finishes the job. Oh, didn't quite do it. Alright, well, that's fair. I underestimated Electabuzz again. Let's go with this. Even if you have an ice-type move, it won't do anything to me, probably. Let's see if I'm faster than you, though. Let's see. Raichu? Hey Matt, thanks for liking the stream. Let me know if you have any questions. We're walking through Kanto, and I'm challenging all the gym leaders on the way. I decided to go ahead and do that. I got surprised that they're willing to go for rematches. And now that I found out that they are, I'm kind of curious to see what their strongest Pokemon look like. So that's what I'm doing today. Going through Kanto, reminiscing. Yeah, going through Kanto the way that we originally did in Pokemon Blue and Red, and then avoiding all the battles as much as I can except for the gym leaders. That's what's up. So in the Pokemon anime series, Lieutenant Surge was known to have the first Raichu that Ash had to contend against, and it brought up this big drama about whether Raichu wanted to, or whether Pikachu wanted to evolve into Raichu. Pikachu is pretty sure it likes being itself, so it was refusing to take Thunderstone from Ash to turn into Raichu. It wanted to overcome Raichu's power by its own strength. So that's something pretty neat, a very interesting decision, because even to this day, Ash's Pikachu is still a Pikachu. Uh-oh. Looks like Moltres wasn't fast enough to melt the steel type. The electric types are actually typically pretty fast, so I should have considered that that could have happened. Ah, okay. Hey, Kite, yeah, you're right, you're right. Pikachu's, Ash's Pikachu has stayed as Pikachu all this time. So, ice types are not good against steel types, which Magneton are now, and neither are fairy types, so I'm just gonna result, what's this, try maybe a dark type move or a water type move. Kite says Ash's Pikachu is just level 100. Yeah, I believe that for sure. Ash's Pikachu has journeyed not through just one region, Kanto region. It's gone through Johto, it's gone through Hoenn, it's gone through Kalos, it's gone through... Can you imagine if you brought one Pokemon through all those regions? It's probably like level 1000. I'm just kidding. The cap's at level 100. Kite says, and Ash never aged, he only aged backwards. You're right. In fact, Ash looks younger now than he did in Pokemon the original series, which is surprising, right? Maybe it's like his eyes or something, they look bigger now, and he acts younger? I don't know. But Ash has got a secret to Eternal Leaf. Please share, Ash, please share. Oh wow. So it actually looks like Lieutenant Surge is gonna... Uh-oh, I hope I have a revive. I think that's the only way I can survive this now. Lieutenant Surge has picked off each one of my Pokemon. And the last thing is Rhydon, but I have absolutely no faith that Rhydon is fast enough to get a hit in before this amazingly fast Magneton of Lieutenant Surge is. So let's make sure we revive a Pokemon. Oh my goodness, I was so scared for a second. Next to my Pewter Crunchies, I have some revives, and I gotta use it on the one Pokemon I'm pretty sure can survive this. Well, Executor, Alolan Executor could, but I'm gonna put it on free. Oh, it must recharge, I forgot about that. In the original series, in Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow, you're able to get away with using Hyper Beam like every turn, and that was kind of overpowered because Hyper Beam is a very strong normal type move. So they kind of rebalanced it a little bit later so that you have to recharge for a whole turn before you can do anything again. So that's what Magneton was doing right now, and I should have remembered that. But no big deal. I used 2 revives, and I remembered that I need to buy more revives, so it's actually kind of a good thing that this Magneton was so strong and so fast that I remembered that. Kite says Kite needs to see Ash grow old. Yeah, it would be very interesting to see what Ash looks like when he's older, right? There was an interesting theory or hypothesis that I heard that Ash, when he's done being a trainer, he'll turn into... what's this? He'll turn into a Pokemon professor also. And the reason for that is because Professor Oak, Professor Willow, and all the other professors are named after trees. And Ash is actually a type of tree also. So it's an interesting thought to think that it might be, you know. Kite says Hyper Beam helped Kite level all Kite's Pokemon to level 100. Yeah, it's such a great move, isn't it? It's hard to be on the receiving end of it though. So with our cheats, I'm just kidding, with our revives, we are able to have... Oh, there's one more Pokemon. Oh my goodness. We have another Jolteon. I thought the battle was over. I didn't notice that there was a Jolteon there too. Okay. There's gonna be a revive battle now. Jolteon set up Reflex, so it's gonna go against any physical damage. And the thing about Pokemon moves, I'm not sure if you realized it when we were younger, but there are 2 types of Pokemon moves. And I'm not talking about elemental versus normal type, but actually every single move that's an attack is either special or physical. In this screen here, you can see the category having like some kind of circles. that means these are all special moves of the given element. If you see something like stars, then it's a physical move of that given element. And just to make a point clear, you can have a normal type move that is physical, or you can have a normal type move that's special. And it looks like Jolteon set up a barrier against physical type moves, but it won't do any effect against my Eevee, which all has special moves only. Joy says, that's an interesting thought. Hey, thanks for thinking that, yeah. It would be very interesting to see if Ash ends up becoming a Pokemon professor also, and I can't think of anyone who's more qualified than Ash. He might not be the best in the battling department, but he has literally traveled all the regions, right? So if there's anyone who needs to be knowledgeable about Pokemon, who can be knowledgeable about Pokemon, it's definitely Ash, who actually physically traveled through all the regions. Let's see. Kite says, remember having all the Pokemon and then remembering an app in the 3DS generation that allows you to move Pokemon from Black and White to Pokemon X or Sapphire. Yeah, in modern gen, I think that's what's called Pokemon Home. At least that's the one that we have for the modern generation now. So thankfully, you don't have to feel like you're sacrificing your Pokemon anymore. You can bring them over to your new adventures, so that's great. Kite says, nah, I want to see him be a dad and a Pokemon champion. That would be epic. Yeah. That would be epic. And Pokemon champion, we almost have to redefine what it means to be the very best now. Because before, when you heard Pokemon Master, you'd think, oh, that just means I'm the best trainer in the Kanto region. But with all the regions that we had so far, we've had more than one person be called a Pokemon Master. So it's almost like you have to define what Pokemon Master is to you. And for Pokemon Champion at the level that Kite's mentioning, I'm thinking it's something like one that's won all of the regional gyms and Elite Fours and stuff, because that would be epic. Like Ash is on a return journey like I'm doing right now through Kanto or something, and just wailing on everyone with his level 1000 Pikachu. That would be a lot of fun. It would be like payback for all the times that he got so close to winning but didn't. No, I'm just kidding. But it would be fun to think about. So, Karma caught up to me and reminded me that I need to bring my Pokemon to the Pokemon Center. So, quiz kids, what does the Pokemon Center do? We're gonna heal up all our Pokemon for free here at the Pokemon Center, and then I will make a trip to the Pokemon Mart to buy lots more revives for sure, because that is I need it. One thing that I think would be super nice, I mean, at least for me, I wish that there was an option to heal all the Pokemon in storage, because otherwise you have to bring out your Pokemon 6 at a time at most and heal them all with Nurse Joy to heal them for free. Kite wants Team Rocket to be good people and have a normal life now and maybe have their own kids. Oh wait, are you talking about specifically Jesse, James, and maybe Giovanni? And maybe Cassidy and Butch? That brings back a good memory also. In Pokemon the series, there was Jesse and James. They're like in every episode. And they had rivals of their own, which really was like such a funny thought to me. Because Cassidy and Butch would be like their counterparts that are more competent. And I think that it was a lot of fun to see Jesse and James get kind of frustrated at not being the operatives, the go-to operatives for Giovanni, when they had the more competent Cassidy and Butch. Joyce says, here at your service. Yep, thanks for being here, Nurse Joyce. Nurse Joyce. Nurse Joy. It is so fun because Joy, my friend on stream, is a nurse also, so it's like it was meant to be. I'm gonna get some maybe hyper potions, maybe just a couple, and then I feel safe again. There you go. I have 40 revives. If there's any match that takes me 40 revives or more to beat, then I think I really massively underestimated the opponents. Joyce says get the name right. Oh. Yeah, I got you. So, we gotta talk about this. Oh, no worries, I got you, Joy. Joy's just messing. So let's talk about this. This is a very important nostalgia point. This like ruled my life for a minute. Well, that's being a bit dramatic. Here in Kanto, there is a ship that travels the world, and the port of Vermilion City is where you can get on to the SS Anne. And the funny thing about this series is, oh, Matt, the final legendary Pokemon in this game, it's found in the Cerulean Cave, which I stepped in earlier, but I didn't go to explore. The final legendary Pokemon, the true end game that you get even after beating all the trainers, is Mewtwo. But it's interesting that you ask that now, because there's something special about Mewtwo, about this area of Vermilion City that I'm going to cover now. So, right before I get to that, the SS Anne is a ship that makes port here in Vermilion City before it travels around the Pokemon world. And a very epic episode of Pokemon the original series is when the ship sinks and they're like literally at the bottom of the ocean and they need to find a way out. Talk about relying on your Pokemon to survive. That was so epic. I love that, and it's so memorable for me. SS Anne, here you can meet your rival again and, you know, fight your rival. It's interesting because he'll show up every now and then as sort of a benchmark, like, hey, you should be this strong, you know? It's kind of a reminder. Kite's asking to do the Pokemon Master stuff again for me. Yeah, definitely. Okay then, if you're willing to hang in there. I think I, in my great underestimation of things, underestimated how long it would take me to simply walk through Kanto also, because it's about an hour 40 in, but if I have the energy, I will go all the way to Elite Four and beat them for you. Right here is something that the 90s was, how do I say it? The playground rumors of the 90s struck again here. Because if you had gotten your surfing ability and a Pokemon who could surf through trading with your friends and stuff, there was a legend that you could make your way off of the port of Port Vermilion and see a truck, where if you push the truck, you can find a special Pokeball underneath it to find the true mythical Pokemon of this generation, Mew. And so, lots of people lost sleep over trying to get this Pokemon and coordinating with their friends, getting that surfing Pokemon and getting it early enough, trading it to their games to try to push this thing. Now the funny thing about this is Pokemon remembered that, and the later games in this series would allow you to push the truck. Looks like I've already pushed it here. They'd allow you to push the truck and they would hide something under, but it's not a Mew that they would hide. It would be like a lava cookie or something simple. But it's a nice little nod to all the 1990s playground rumors that we used to have about the mythical Pokemon. So Matt, the true final legendary Pokemon in this game is actually Mew. Legitly, it's Mewtwo, but if you had events, if you participated in events and things, it's Mew. Wow, Kite remembers beating the Elite Four for EXP. That's simple for you, Kite, huh? So we're allowed to surf over here, it looks like, but nothing special that way. That's pretty cool. Kite remembers that too. So nostalgic, right, Kite? Oh my goodness, those 1990s playground rumors, for sure. Oh, another memorable thing before I move on. This guy has a Machop helping him basically pound the ground, make a good foundation for a house. So that was a neat little memory from Vermilion City also. So that's why Vermilion City, I really liked it. There's a lot of things here that weren't just pure battling. There was like a way to breathe, relax with the Pokemon fan club and all that. So nice kind of breathing moment for us. The next part is a little bit less linear. You have the Diglett Cave here, but you also, 99% sure you guys did this too, you went to this area here which had lots of Hypno and more Psychic type Pokemon. So if you had gotten frustrated with Abra being so elusive and hard to catch, you can get your first Psychic Pokemon here. And in the first gen, Mr. Mime was only able to be gotten through a trade, but it looks like they populate, what do you call Mr. Mime here? What's this? Let's see. Oh, hey, Kite, thanks for letting me know about that. Thanks for checking into that. Oh, goodness. Let me go ahead and fix that up. One sec. Bro? Yeah? Hey Kite, you really got me. You got me now. Thanks Matt and Kite. I was thanking Kite for letting me know about that looping sound thing. Actually, first time I experienced that was yesterday, but I know how to fix it now. I'll basically switch scenes to fix it up. Hey, so yeah, I unmuted after I fixed that up. Thanks guys for letting me know. It's super helpful when you let me know that the stream's got something going on. It's so much easier to fix when I know right away, so I appreciate that a lot. Thanks Joy, yeah, I'll see you later then. Thanks for hanging out with me. Yeah, so that area back there was where you can catch Abra, and you also get a hint at what's beyond here, which is the Lavender Town Tower. And I believe in the earlier games also, if you look through the binoculars, you could also see the power plant. When you get through here, there's an iconic scene where you have to use a polka flute to get past the Snorlax that's blocking here. So it turns out that when you go through Kanto for the first time, you're not able to go through here because of this big Snorlax. And that's why we have to go back and go through Diglett Cave. So it turns out that Kanto's not as linear as it looks like from the town map, because there's a lot of detours that you're forced to because of, well, things blocking the road. So we encounter lots of like gentleman trainers now, and they tend to have a lot of money. So if you're looking to get more money for the POKéMart, you try to find those particular trainers that look rich, and they tend to give you lots of money. So this is what I'd call the Diglett Cave. This is actually where you'd see a lot of Diglett for the first time. But somehow, it's almost like I have a repel on me or something. I'm not seeing even a single Diglett on this run through. Which is fine. Oh wait, there's one. My Eevee also has a Diglett hat. But it feels a little bit odd to have the Diglett hat on because it looks like there's a Diglett burrowing in my Eevee's head. One of the memories that I have of Pokemon Red and Blue was thinking, if I have a Diglett and I was battling on a Lapras out in the middle of the ocean, where's Diglett's feet? Does it travel all the way down to the bottom of the ocean? Like, how is Diglett able to be called out when you're battling on Lapras? Mysteries. So at this point, because you're able to cut down trees to even get to Vermilion City Gym, they know that you're able to have Pokemon cut down trees like this, and you can proceed. The next step then... Okay, so this is like... This is confusing because we went through Diglett Cave, and then we popped up north of Forest? It's so confusing. Oh my goodness, hang on. Hey, that's a good theory, Matt. Maybe Diglett feed by absorbing nutrients from soil or something. That would explain why they're always in the soil. And... oh yeah! That would probably also explain why it doesn't look like they have any mouth or teeth. Maybe they just absorb it through the soil. Alright, so here's something kind of nifty. I am slightly... lost. Oh wait. The SS Anne brings us back to Vermilion Port? Oh. Let's see. Oh yeah, Kite remembers Jigglypuff getting mad. For sure. We were talking about how Jigglypuff likes to sing to people, but then it thinks that the audience is getting bored of it because it has such a nice voice it puts them to sleep. So Jigglypuff gets his marker out and draws on the face of all the all the people who fell asleep listening to it. So cute. You know, to be honest, I kind of forgot at this point what happens after I go on the SS Anne. Do you remember what happens? The next step, let me see. I think the next place that we go to is Celadon City somehow. I'm gonna backtrack. No, I'm gonna fly there. That's what I'll do. You're absolutely right, Kite. Even Ash wasn't spared from the wrath of Jigglypuff. And then it goes, and then it draws on their face. You know, to be honest, guys, I have a massive memory lapse. I don't remember what happens after getting on the SS Anne in Pokemon Red and Blue. So what I'll do is I'll pick up the story from Celadon City because I feel a little bit confused. You know, I think what might happen is after you get on the SS Anne, you go back to the port of Vermilion, then you go north from Vermilion City, and then there's a route that opens west here to Celadon. I feel like that's the route. I'm just gonna continue, but if you guys remember how we originally did it, please let me know, because I forgot. The next gym that we face is Celadon City. This is the City of Flowers, and the Grass-type gym leader is here. Now, in Generation 1, the Grass-type Pokemon tended to be Dual-type because we have Bulbasaur, which is Grass Poison, and we have the Vileplume and Victreebel family, which are Grass Poison. So when you have a Psychic-type Pokemon like Hypno from Vermilion City, you're able to do a super effective move against the Poison type. So Psychic-type Pokemon are good here, and let's see, probably Fire-type Pokemon like Charmeleon were good here also. Celadon City was also a town where we encounter the Celadon department store. And this is what I remember the most from this town. Celadon department store has lots of floors, and depending on what floor you're on, you could find things like evolutionary items for your Eevee, or you could find things like Pokemon Mart items in greater stock and greater variety. Here is also where you find restorative items like iced tea, water and lemonade, which you can also bring to the guards, by the way, to let you pass through. So that guard I was talking about earlier, between Cerulean City and Saffron City, you're able to give him water now and he's going to let you through. See? So that's where you get it from this vending machine here. There's also a back to this department store, or one of these buildings, where if you find it, you can see a secret room where the developers of this video game are hanging out. So kind of a fourth wall break, but it's a neat little Easter egg, a neat little secret of this particular tower. So that's what I liked about Celadon City, the fact that you could buy so many things here. As for the gym, it is hidden behind some brambles down here that you have to cut through. And here we are. And it makes sense for Celadon City to have a lot of overgrowth because it is the grass type town. So Celadon City has Erica as a gym leader. Let's see. And it's like a garden maze. This one's a little bit trickier than the earlier ones because the maze is a lot bigger and there's like ledges that you might have to jump down. And you have to bring a move Pokemon that knows Cut or something like it to be able to get past these hedges here. The nice thing about the grass type gym is finally have a chance to use Pokemon that are super effective against the gym leader. By now we're able to have Psychic Pokemon and Fire Pokemon, so this one should be easier than the other gyms, a little bit easier, a little bit more easy to overcome. So I'm thinking that this battle is going to go a little bit quicker. Oh, wait a second, that seems... Nope, that was the wrong path, I could tell. Here we are, it's Erica. So, I'm gonna bring with me... Oops. I'm gonna bring with me some Pokemon. Like Moltres and like Charizard. Definitely not a Rhydon. It'll be very weak to the grass types. And I'm thinking maybe some ice types would be good too. So let's see if we have anything like Articuno. Okay, there you go. I think we're set. That should be fine. Alright, so the first one we see is Tangela. In Kanto, you don't even see this until you backtrack to Pallet Town. And so that's a nice surprise to see on the rematch with Erica here. You have Executor. Cantonian Executor. Or at least non-Alolan. This one is Grass Psychic. So it should still be weak to Moltres Flamethrower. There you go. You're right. Matt says the gym leader, she is cute. You're absolutely right, Matt. And in Pokemon the series, Brock, who's quite flirtatious, thought the same. But Erica's gym, she has lots of other beauties helping her also, so they weren't super super thrilled about having Brock around. Brock trying to hit on everyone. So if I remember correctly, in Pokemon the series, Ash had to wear a dress or something to even get close enough to challenge Erica. Maybe I'm remembering that wrong, but I feel like that was the case. In Pokemon Red and Blue, there is even a peeping Tom outside of the gym, so that's kind of creepy. No, but it's understandable, because, yep. Erica and her gym trainers are quite beautiful and have Pokemon that are beautiful too. So we had to resort to using a Fire Blast to knock out this Vileplume. Vileplume was managing to get a Stun Spore or something, and yeah, Charizard was in a pinch there. Kite says Brock hit on every female and I don't blame him. Yep, you're right. Brock shot a shot. And Matt says, but Brock loved every girl he met except Misty. You know what? That's a good point. I wonder how come he didn't hit on Misty. Ah, probably because he knew that. Oh, well, Misty was kind of assertive, and I think the anger that Misty had toward Ash for destroying his bike let Brock know that she's not one to mess with. I'm gonna throw out our cool looking Eevee here and use an ice type move to show that ice types are strong against grass types. But at this point in the first round, there's no way for you to have an ice type Pokemon, I don't believe, unless you had a really good friend that traded you an ice type Pokemon at this point. From what I remember, Victory Bell was Erica's hardest Pokemon when I fought her in Blue. Kite just says no one likes Misty. That's too sad, huh? Maybe Ash did. No, I don't know. Somehow I feel like Ash didn't. Ash is for Serena, I guess. But Misty liked Ash in the English dub, I think. There's this song from Pokemon to be a Master. It was one of the very first Pokemon CDs, audio CDs, called Misty's Song. I'm sure you can probably find that on YouTube. But it totally shipped Misty liking Ash. And so it's almost canon in the English dub that Misty liked Ash. Here we have a Parasect. This is actually an iconic Pokemon from Mount Moon as well. In Pokemon Blue, Paris was one of the ones that helped carry me through Cerulean City Gym. Had a grass type move, so nice to see it here as well. I think Kite remembers Iris, the dragon type trainer. Yeah, very epic type to train for sure. Iris seemed like a lot of fun. I hadn't gotten to see that particular season yet. Did she seem like a good character? Did she seem like a fun character to travel with Ash Kite? Iris, the dragon trainer? So we survived. That's good. And as I was hoping, that was a little bit smoother than my earlier battles. Especially like compared to Lieutenant Surge, he really almost got me. And I feel relieved that it was a little bit easier than I thought. So Kite asked what happened to Iris. Let me see if I can find out for you. Oh, what's this place? Oh, it's a hotel. Also, Iris was alright. Okay, that's good that she wasn't like mean or a traveling companion. So it looks like... Oh, well that's kind of funny. A neat little fact about Iris is she had more disobedient Pokemon than any other main character of the series. And she was Ash's first female traveling companion not to have owned a bike that was destroyed by Pikachu. Wow, very lucky. Except for the whole disobedient Pokemon type. I'm not sure. I feel like in the Pokemon games, I heard that Iris was able to become a Pokemon champion. But in the series, I'm not sure how that went. Hey Kite, thanks for dropping by though. I really appreciate you stopping by and talking to me and letting me know, giving me heads up earlier about that stuff. So thanks so much. Take care. This is a long journey, you guys. I had no idea that walking through Kanto would be quite as long as this. But I am kind of relieved that I'm able to beat these trainers on the second playthrough. It makes me kind of happy. I'm gonna try to finish this Kanto run on this one sitting, but if it gets to like 3 hours or maybe 4 hours, I'll pick it up next time. That way, anyway, that could be a positive thing too, because then Kite will maybe see me take on the Elite Four. This is quite a stamina match right now. I'm gonna try to hang in there and try to make our way through the rest of Kanto. But it kind of gives me perspective that Kanto is a little bit bigger than I remembered it to be, because when I went through the other regions, I felt like they were larger, and Kanto was just like a taste of how big the Pokemon world could be. It's like a relatively small region, but going through it again, it reminds me of just how big this place was. In comparison to Pokemon Gold and Silver, I guess you could think of it as a smaller place, because Gold and Silver did this amazing thing where you went through Johto region and through the entirety of Kanto region as well. And that was in the same console generation, so maybe that's part of what made me feel like Kanto was smaller, when in reality it's pretty huge. So this is the back door to Celadon department store, and it looks like, oh, there's something about linked trade-in battles here. I go up here to show you that there really is a back door to Celadon department store, and I feel like in firered, leafgreen, and in the first gen, they had the game developers make characters, NPCs, and put them in the game in this secret spot behind the Celadon department store. Just wanted to show you that real quick before moving on to the next spot. So one way or another, after Vermilion City, we got to Celadon City, and the next thing on our journey is the bike route that goes south of the west station for this town. So we go west to this next station. Let's go see what's over there. Neat little thing about the Pokemon world is you can really see the Pokemon in the wild now and around town. It really gives a lot of life to the game. In the first gen, you couldn't see where the Pokemon were. They were all in the tall grass, except for maybe a few Pokemon in the Pokemon Center. And the unpredictability of that meant that you had to take on random battles, and if you're looking for a specific Pokemon, you couldn't really skip through and target that Pokemon. Like, see, if I wanted a Pidgeot, I can run right under this and go straight to Pidgeot, right? I mean, they weren't on the open world is what I mean. So, I don't know about this. You guys, I don't know if you have any thoughts about this, but I remember that this route going south is definitely the bike route. And in Let's Go Eevee and Let's Go Pikachu, they said, hey, you can't use bikes anymore or something. I don't know. I don't know why that is. Maybe they want you to walk with your Pokemon to make you closer to them. But like this biker says, a long time ago, we used to ride bikes all up and down this route. So lame that you can't do it anymore, you know? And it's interesting. It's an interesting choice, but I really feel like it has to do with them trying to encourage you to walk with your Pokemon. But it's also interesting because then, if that's true, then Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow happened in a past time, in the same timeline. And this is where Pokemon gets really confusing, because if Let's Go Eevee and Let's Go Pikachu happen in the same timeline as Red and Blue, then Team Rocket shouldn't be around anymore, but they are. Anyway, This is why I said earlier we try not to think about it too hard where this game falls in the timeline. Because, yeah, certain cameos also later in the game make you wonder what's going on here. So in any case, you're not able to get a bike in this particular game, but this place was where you could bike down all the way to the next town. And I remember that this was a steep incline. It wasn't flat like this area seems to be, because your bike would naturally force you to go down. You had to press up to struggle going uphill to even make your way back if you wanted to backtrack. So yeah, this was a long, steep incline in the original generation. And I just saw Team Rocket, so I want to see what they're up to. I beat the game here, so Team Rocket should be dissolved. So I'm surprised to see that they're here. James says the boss is missing. Echo, stop. I saw Jesse and James. So... Echo, stop. Thanks, guys. There are some timers going off because they're cooking stuff there. Okay, back to stream. So James says, the boss is missing. Oh, what's going to happen to Team Rocket? And then Jesse goes, oh, don't be such a wimp. This is the boss we're talking about. He's hiding himself for now, but he must be preparing for the next scheme. Yeah, of course. Let's steal Pokemon all over the world to help the boss. Twerp. Okay, so they look like they're trying to get me ready for trouble and make it double. Wow, hi Jesse and James. I didn't know that you were here. They are willing to rematch me out in the middle of the bike route. Really interesting. So Jesse and James are the antagonists of Pokemon, and they're very popular because they're in almost every episode of Pokemon the series. And when Pokemon Yellow came out, they decided to go ahead and rework the game to include them as trainers that show up periodically also to try to challenge you. And ever since, they've been making their cameos in Pokemon games, and I think that's really neat. Here you see their iconic Weezing and Arbok from the very first season of Pokemon. Very, very familiar faces, all the way up until they had to get them released. So, here we go. It would probably have been more efficient to focus on one Pokemon and get rid of it before moving on to the next one, but I have confidence that they'll survive to the next round, so let's pummel them one more time. No super effective moves either way here, looks like. We'll just have to overpower them. Oh wait, that might be a super effective move. That looked like Rock Slide. And that's really strong against the Moltres. There's Weezing. Good job. In sort of an interesting twist on things, in the later gens, if you are close to your Pokemon, they might do some pretty epic things during a battle. They might be able to shake off a status effect all by themselves, like Eevee just did just now, or they might hang in there with 1 HP if they received a really massively strong attack. So there's a little bit of an extra degree of attachment you can feel to your Pokemon because they can do those miraculous things if you're close enough to them in the latest generation. And it's kind of controversial to some very competitive players that don't like to see that suddenly happen in the middle of a match, but honestly I think it's a really positive thing to have because it underlines that Pokemon are meant to be your friends. So it really highlights that it's important to be close to your Pokemon. So here we go, we're about to knock out Weezing. Very strong though, level 50 plus, very good. That face looks so distraught. It's hilarious. Uh-oh. They're asking if I want to join Team Rocket. Huh. You know, this is very interesting. Okay, this is not the thing to do, guys. If you're looking for a role model, don't do this. But I'm just curious to see what'll happen, okay? Oh, Kite, you're back. Oh my goodness, you caught me at a bad time. You just saw me give in to Team Rocket. I just joined Team Rocket. Ah! Jane says, oh, okay. Great. He says, okay, fine. Huh, we're enemies after all. But if you do change your mind, come back anytime. Wait, I did pick well, right? Oh, I did. Okay, great. Oh, Matt, I was just calling out to Kite that it seemed like you came back at a bad time. Because it looks like I just got talked into joining Team Rocket. But I think I did, so I got some free clothes for it. I like it. Huh? You've been such a troublesome little twerp, and yet it's great to have times like this for once in a while, huh? For a change? What? You might be right. Hmm? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. What just happened? Okay, well, it looks like I'm part of Team Rocket now. So I'm gonna go ahead and change from that Vaporeon cup I just got from the Pokemon fan club chairman into the Team Rocket tops. Whoa. Huh. That looks pretty cool. Imagine if I actually just got Team Rocket clothes earlier. I could have infiltrated their operations a lot easier. Wow. Oh, see, this is the Diglett cap I was talking to you. It looks so disturbing. Diglett, don't absorb your nutrients from Eevee's brains. Just wear this cap instead. Actually, that's not bad. I think I'll just stick it to that. Accessories, nah. Right, Matt? Yeah, Matt says it does look cool. That's very cool. Give him a black t-shirt, though. There you go. Yeah, the black and white outfit looks good, huh? Alright, I'll let Eevee stick with his sunglasses. Oh, yeah! I wanted to mention, in letsgoeevee, in the Celadon market, you can buy all sorts of accessories also. So, there's lots of other sunglasses you could wear. Oh, iconic. Doduo starts showing up at this part of the game. So, this is where you can get a strong, fast, flying Pokemon that doesn't look like another Spearow or Pidgey. Very cool. Right about here, you see lots of items. You can find lots of items on the floor, typically here in the bike route. But, whoa, what's this? Weepinville. That's cool. There's a Chansey out there. Okay, that's interesting. They remix things every time there's a new generation. They change where some Pokemon spawn. Because you typically don't see Chansey out here. They're so hard to find in the first gen. Ah, we finally made it to the bottom of the bike route. As you could tell, that's very much a one-way street. Because in first gen, it's hard to make your way back uphill. So it's kind of... It's more fun to try to just make your way down all the way here. Try to survive all that. And make your way to this station. Let's see, will the guard let us through? Pokemon Road, that's what it was called. Alright, so let's review what we just did. We went from Celadon City to... Okay, great. My producer was telling me a message I was super happy to see about. Okay, anyway, let's review real quick. Matt and Kite has joined my journey around here in Vermilion City, and we made our way to Celadon City one way or another. I think we found some kind of route that goes between here and here. I'm pretty sure that that was how it happened in the original game. So we beat the grass-type Pokemon trainers, and we went down Pokemon Road, Route 17, and we go all the way down to Fuchsia City. That's why that route looks so long, because it was like literally this length of the map. It was even longer than the distance between Viridian Forest and Pallet Town. So we're finally down here in Fuchsia City, and this is where the game gets really fun for me, because this is where the Safari Zone was. In the Safari Zone first gen, you could catch Pokemon, but you had a limited number of steps. And the way you caught Pokemon was not through Pokemon battles, but by throwing rocks to whittle down their HP and then a Pokeball at the end. In modern generations, the Pokemon Safari Zone has turned into something more like a Poke Park. And you can see Pokemon just enjoying this green space here in town. So you don't have the whole rock and Pokeball thing, which upon talking about it now actually sounds kind of savage. I just realized that throwing rocks at Pokemon is not the nicest thing. But that's where you would see Chansey for the first time if you were lucky. They were kind of rare. And in order to even make your way into the Safari Zone in first gen, you had to talk to the warden, and the warden wouldn't really feel like talking until you found his dentures. That sounds so random, but that was how it was in the day. So his dentures could be found on the beach south of here. And after you look around town for a while and stumble across that, then you'll be pleased to know that you can walk into the Safari Zone yourself and catch Pokemon in a completely different way. So it is a reminder that even in first gen, catching Pokemon wasn't always just about battling and then catching. Sometimes there were alternate ways to catch Pokemon, like how in rocks then Pokeball. It wasn't super obvious until letsgoeevee and letsgopikachu that the catching mechanism could be like this, without a battle at all. But we gotta remember that even in first gen, we had that alternate way of catching Pokemon. Hey Kite, yeah, no problem. Do what you gotta do. It's a long Sunday, and I hope you're enjoying yourself out there. So, Eevee randomly came up to talk to me. Just give him a quick face rub here. There you go, be happy. In second gen, you usually got closer to your Pokemon by grooming them. In later gens, like now, you can physically play with your Pokemon. So that's a lot of fun, and it's a really immersive way to get close to your Pokemon. Before I get a wipeout here in the next town, I'm gonna make sure I heal up with Nurse Joy. All my Pokemon surrounding Eevee look like huge and majestic, and Eevee's so small. There you go. Okay, so yeah, let me go ahead and go into the Safari building so you can see what Safari Zone is like nowadays. I think it's gonna be interesting to see. Okay, so in modern gen, Safari Zone has turned into literally Poke Park. I wasn't really exaggerating earlier. It's literally a park for Pokemon now. And this is where you can have your Pokemon relax and enjoy. It is a very different business model, that's for sure. So, if this is what Pokemon Safari Zones end up becoming, I don't mind that so much. Let me go ahead and enter Go Park so you can see what that looks like. In Pokemon Let's Go Eevee and Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu, you can trade your Pokemon from Pokemon Go into this game, but no, it's a one-way street. If you want to get any Pokemon that you caught from Pokemon Go but you don't want to transfer them in that game, why not release them here in the Pokemon Go Park and then you can visit them in person. I feel like it'd be very cool to see a Pokemon that's here and say, hey, you caught this from Tokyo or from Cebu or from San Francisco. It lets you know where you caught it from in the real world. I think that would be really cool. I haven't tried yet putting a Pokemon here in a Pokemon Park, but if they could do that, then that would be a very cool way to remember where you got all of them Pokemon from. I wonder if I should put some Pokemon in here. Let me see. Can I do that? Oh, okay, yeah. So that bring Pokemon thing is from there, okay. What? 25 Pokemon of the same species? That's like a very high requirement. What's that all about, I wonder? What is a play yard? Uh-huh. Guide your Pokemon to the goal at the top of the yard. If you guide all your Pokemon to the goal within time limit, you win. Be careful of the Pokemon that pop up from the ground, they can get in your way. Actually, that sounds super cool. For me, I think then I would try this next time. I might even just do it on a stream because I'm curious to hear about what that game is like. My favorite Pokemon is Vulpix, and I know where to catch them, so maybe if I catch 25 Vulpix, bring them here, that could be a whole stream and figure that'd be fun to watch. I wonder what that's all about. Nice. Okay. So I have a note to self. I gotta come back here with 25 Vulpix. Something from first gen. When you talk to a Pokemon, you'd expect them to say their own names, like as popularized in Pokemon series. But like we saw earlier with Seal in the Pokemon fan club building, it went Q. And as we see here with Kangaskhan that goes Mama. They don't exactly say their names in the Pokemon game continuity. I don't think they even say anything close to like their MIDI cry sometimes. So it's kind of realistic in the sense that the Pokemon make sounds like you'd expect them to make. Not really an English word or a MIDI sounding sound. Something else. Something that sounds like what a real animal would make. I mean, yeah. We have Slowpoke saying slow. And Tauros. Oh yeah, a very iconic part of Safari Zone too. In Pokemon, the original series, Tauros is part of a banned episode because when they went to the Safari Zone, they had actual firearms in the cartoon, and when it got over to the English audience, they were like, we're not doing anything with this episode, we don't want guns in our series. But in that very same episode too, Tauros was... Well, remember Ash sometimes shows up with like a herd of Tauros? He caught all those Tauros in that one episode, so it's confusing sometimes if you saw his herd of Tauros for the first time, because you never saw him catch it, but that's really just because they got that banned episode, that episode banned. So Safari Zone is where you see Tauros in-game as well, and you can catch them. So they're kind of unique to this part. Here we have an example of a Kabuto and a Psyduck. A little side story here. When I was playing Pokemon Sword and Shield, there was a Pokédex entry on my previous stream last week that said that Omastar and Kabuto and Kabutops were like pests now that there is suddenly... Hey Rasputin, how's your bears doing? In my Pokemon Sword stream last week, there was a Pokédex entry said that Kabuto, Almanite, and all them fossil Pokemon are starting to become invasive pests because so many people are reviving them now. And I think that it kind of tickles me because now I see that they've even made their way into Kanto's Safari Zone right here. We have a Kabuto there. They used to be so rare in first gen. Fossil rejuvenation, fossil restoration into living Pokemon was like a breakthrough technology, but now in modern gen it's like they're just everywhere now. Even Brock had a Kabutops, you saw? Please don't eat the Pokemon, Rasputin, unless you want some Farfetch'd or Magikarp. Those are totally okay to eat. In Pokemon the series, you see them presented as Pokemon that you can eat, so let's stick to that. Not my Eevee though, please. In some of the houses that you walk through, they have their backyards you could just stroll on through. There's typically special items here. I must have picked them all up though. Just make sure you know your way back. You just gotta walk your way back in through the back door. You can milk my milk tanks, Rasputin. But I think that's the only one that's socially acceptable. You don't drink milk from most Pokemons. But you are welcome to. Maybe Kangaskhan, if Kangaskhan milk is a thing. So, Fuchsia City, you might notice, I skipped over the gym. I'm not afraid. I'm just kidding. But Poison-type Pokemon, they're something else. They're uniquely immune to poison themselves, but they can lay some pretty heavy status effects on you. And there's two types of poison. There's regular poison, and there's also toxic, which gets progressively worse every turn. So that status effect is scary. You either want to bring a psychic type Pokemon into this gym, or possibly a poison type, just to prevent yourself from getting poisoned. But the thing to know, again, the first gen, there's a lot of dual typings, and a lot of the psychic type Pokemon, a lot of the poison type Pokemon here are also partially bug type. So, and also grass type, like I mentioned earlier, but we were done with the grass types over at Erica's gym. So that's why Koga focuses on the bug poisons. This looks like the most straightforward gym of all, right? But actually, when you go to fight this gym for the first time, there are invisible walls here. You literally cannot see them. So you have to like walk around. I don't know how he made this technology. Ancient ninja ways, I'm thinking. But when you finally make your way through the invisible maze, then you can finally talk to Koga. He is the Poison Hokage. Yes. Oh, I gotcha. Okay. Well then, Rasputin, I will sneak you some Kingler meat. They have some good crab meats here. I'd feel kind of bad if you feasted on Chansey, but you can have Chansey eggs. I'll send you Chansey eggs too. So the first poison type in Koga rematch is actually Tentacruel. I was thinking that the flying types and fire types could burn the face off of their bug and bug type Pokemon, but it looks like I was surprised, and facing me now is a water type Pokemon, so fire won't do. Let's go ahead and deal with it using... Oh my goodness, actually Executor, the grass type, isn't that great either because poison is strong against grass types. Maybe I should just use free. Let's use free. Yes, Rasputin, that's right. Chansey is full of protein. Actually, come to think of it, I've never seen a Pidgey egg before. If ever you've seen a Pokemon egg out there... Oh yeah, from the breeding facility, that's right. Never mind. Pokemon eggs weren't a thing until Johto region, that's why there's no eggs in this game. First gen. Modern gen, you can have Pokemon eggs here. Okay, so let's see. Tentacruel, I need to use Batty Bat against you. Let's see if that'll do anything. Oh, that didn't really hurt. Oh, yay! Okay. Eevee dodged in time to my shot because we're so attached. Okay, I think this is a regular poison, so I'm just gonna keep on wailing on Tentacruel here. None of my other moves are gonna be super effective against it. In fact, they might be weak against it. Because water, ice, and berry don't do so against the water poison. So I'll just keep on laying on that dark type move. If it gets bad, I will use full restore. Thankfully I learned my lesson after Vermilion City and I got a lot of items on me now, so I won't suddenly black out in the middle of this stream, you guys. Wow, how manly of you, Rasputin. It's just like that trading card I was talking about with Misty earlier. Very controversial. Okay, let's destroy this Tentacruel with this next Batty Bad. Oh wait, I just realized my Eevee is in like 0 HP almost. I hope it hangs in there. It looks like I knocked it out so the poison didn't take effect this turn. Oh, it expelled the poison so I wouldn't have to worry. Ah, thank you. It's like being close to your Pokemon is cheat codes in the modern gen. Alright then, let's do this. Oh. I don't know why I did that. I for some reason I thought a fighting type Pokemon was coming out. Okay. This is not so good, because here's something to know. Poison types are strong against them fairy types. So let's deal with this our own way. Let's blizzard the heck out of him. Rasputin says you must defeat your enemies and feast on their flesh. Oh, that's so bad. So that means I have to defeat some Magikarp and Farfetch'd then. If you follow Pokemon trading cards, you'll see that first gen Pokemon trading cards of Spearow were eating real life worms. And there were some references to elephants and South America in first gen trading cards, so it's kind of curious to see how much of an effect real life animals have on the Pokemon world. But I think they kind of retconned all real animals out of the Pokemon world as soon as they got to like Generation 3. So we don't have to worry about any confusing things like that. I think most humans are vegetarians in Pokemon world, and the Pokemon themselves, they seem to be partial to berries and things, so that's how we deal with it. Alright, Charizard just muscled his way through Weezing. It was kind of a 2-on-1 battle there. I'll think of it that way. Now I have something super effective against the enemy, finally. Koga is going to use a Golbat. Golbat being part flying type is weak to ice, so let's ice him down. Oh wait, it flew. Ah! One of the hardest things about fly and dive, they're totally immune for at least one attack during that time. Unless there's something special about like moves like Swift or something that'll chase him anyway. There's gotta be some moves that chase him down. Oh, it froze! Ah! Cute. How are you still flying? Oh, it worked through its frozen status. One more hit and it's done. There you go. You did it. Okay, so now Muck is the last Pokemon. Muck knows dark type moves nowadays. You know, I wonder if my Executor has any psychic moves. Oh, it knows Confusion! Ha! I was holding back my best Pokemon. I didn't know it. Because it was an Alolan Executor, for some reason I was thinking it only had Grass and Dragon type moves, but it looks like I have Confusion on it. So just like a non-Alolan Executor, it can do some psychic attacks. Go! Uh-oh, that wasn't very strong at all. I think my Executor might be gone this round. Okay. I should have used that turn to use a full restore on Eevee. Instead I got a wasted turn, it looks like. It's fine. Let's send out Moltres. Oh, that Muck managed to avoid Heat Wave. Again. This Muck has a lot of HP or something. Okay, Moltres is poisoned. It fainted! Oh wow. They don't pull any punches on these rematches, do they? Alright then. Charizard might be my strongest in terms of attack, but we need to survive is what we need to do. So let's use a full restore on Eevee. It'll fully restore the HP of a single Pokemon and heal any status conditions it has. So let's do that to Eevee. Ah. There you go. Very iconic also. Charizard in Pokemon the series use seismic toss all the time. And the way they animated it in the series, he'd carry the Pokemon up and he'd fly in circles, and then they'd draw a picture of the Earth behind it, or the Pokemon world behind it, and then he'd slam him down back to the Earth. So this is one way that the series anime informed how things should look in the video game. So it's very neat kind of an interaction there. You got this. One more hit and Muck's gone. It would be so nice if poison types were weak to water. It's like you wash away the poison, but you know, it doesn't work like that. Oh, here we have a bug type. So Venomoth is one of his Pokemon, one of the ones that really were there from the start. So the first time he faced against Koga, one of his iconic Pokemon is this Venomoth right here. I think we got the upper hand here. That use of the full restore really helped us out. You typically don't see the other Pokemon trainers use items against you unless you get into like the Elite Four and that particular stage. Then it sometimes surprises you because for the whole game before it, not even the gym leaders would resort to that. So suddenly you're facing against someone who acts more like a real human and is willing to use these trainer items also to survive. You got to do everything it looks like to survive the Elite Four and trainers that use items in the middle of battle. So Koga, whew, that was a tough battle also. And as you can see, that poison type damage is not something to overlook. It might look like it's a little bit at a time, but it's a little bit at a time every turn. And it could be a lot too if you use toxic type poison. And so that's why I can't underestimate Koga. In Pokemon Adventures manga, it had a very serious tone to it. And it turns out that the gym leaders in the manga were a lot more villainous than they are in the games. And aligned with the dark side, so to speak, were Sabrina, who we'll see later, and Koga, that poison type trainer we just saw. Okay, so after Fuchsia City, after Fuchsia City, you're able to go south here and make your way to Cinnabar Island, but there is a lot of story that happens between here and here. So one way is you get a Pokeflute to make your way east of Vermilion City to get to this route. It's a lot like this picture here. There's a lot of like boardwalks and things, and a lot of water type trainers, and that way you can make your way to Lavender Town, or you can go to Cerulean City, go through the rock tunnel, which is super dark, and make your way to Lavender Town. So it's like this. The next place you're expected to go to is like Lavender Town and then Saffron City. And a lot of stuff with Team Rocket happens here in Saffron City. So to kind of go back to how it was, I'm gonna go through the rock tunnel to make our way to Lavender Town next, okay? So after we beat Lavender Town and Saffron City, then we backtrack to Fuchsia City and then go here to the next town, Cinnabar Island. And then we're almost done with the journey. Wow, that's a lot. That's saying a lot. It's quite a journey for sure. Alright, so we got our make our way downtown, walking fast, faces pass. Oh, by the way, I remembered something. There are no bikes in this game, but there is a quick way to get around. And something that you see in the opening of the anime season 1 is this very thing I'm about to do. Come on out. So one way to get around quickly without a bike in this game is to ride a mountable Pokemon. And in the very first opening of the anime, you get to see Ash riding on a Arcanine. Ash is also known for riding on Rapidash, which is interesting because Rapidash are on fire, but Ash doesn't get burned. And I've heard it's because Ash is already Ash, so he doesn't get burned. Arcanine is also a fire Pokemon, but it looks warm and fuzzy and not like on fire like Rapidash are, so I feel like I'm more comfortable riding on Arcanine for a bit here, okay? So this earlier part where we took a quick look at the power plant for a bit is where we also cut through the grass and try to make our way through the rock tunnel. Oh, not that way, this way. Oh, maybe I'm mistaken, it was that way. Arcanine has the intuition. Let's go, Arcanine. Yeah. Alright, there we go. Okay. Alright, so quick recap. We are going through Kanto today. If you guys would like to see more streams like this of Pokemon and other games that we play, feel free to like, share, comment on this stream, and follow us on RGB Worlds, also known as Ramble Gaming and Blog, here on Facebook. We're also making a YouTube and Twitch page, so go ahead and check that out. Look for RGB Worlds on Twitch and YouTube, and please follow us out there. It really helps us out. It helps us grow this channel and puts us in touch with more fun, viewers like you that can bring your insight to the streams. I really think that's super fun when you guys here on the streams are commenting about your experiences along with watching me play here. Oh! Arcanine's so big, I ended up fighting a Zubat. Let's see. Okay. Ramble to remember! We are rambling, that is walking through Kanto. Don't want to get a copyright for saying a walk to remember, so I'm just gonna do it this way. Right now we have mounted Arcanine, and the way to get through this cave is to use Flash. It's something that you learn from Lieutenant Surge. Ah, maybe that's what happens. You're supposed to go through this cave after Million City. Maybe that's what happens. After you get through Rock Tunnel, you end up in a very spooky place. It is a town that has a lot of mystery in it too. And it's kind of the birthplace of a lot of creepypastas. It is the notorious Lavender Town. So the next thing for us is Lavender Town. I'm gonna make my way through this spooky cave, which is a lot harder to do when you don't have a Pokemon with Flash or a similar move like it to light up the spot. We're almost there. I think we are almost out. Escape ropes, by the way, are so helpful. Because when you come across a really big dungeon like this, if you get lost, sometimes the safest way out is to just use an escape rope. Hey, awesome! I halfway thought I just made a big circle and ended up in the same place that I came into, so I'm kind of relieved that I'm actually just here. You might be wondering what type of trainer this is. This is a Pokefan trainer. Has a Slowpoke costume. I think it'd be really neat to have a Gengar onesie to sleep in. I think that'd be cool. Speaking of Gengar onesies, this is Lavender Town. This is a place where you hear the creepiest music in the game ever. Something about this town. It's the music. Alright, so creepypastas are types of stories that are just fictional stories. They're made up to creep people out. It's basically ghost stories. But there are some that are made here about Lavender Town. And of all places that deserve it, I guess it would be Lavender Town. Here we end up meeting for the first time Blaine? No, Mr. Fuji. They look the same because they're both bald. But no, Mr. Fuji is the guy who gives you a Poke Flute to wake up the Snorlax east of Vermilion City. But there's something else that happened here too. Team Rocket did some bad stuff. And in the crossfire, a Marowak lost its life. And it was a really sad story. Basically, you're able to reunite a Cubone with its mother here. And that's the story of Lavender Town Tower. I'm not gonna dwell on it. It's a little bit much, so. But as you can see, that's what the tower pretty much looks like. At the very top, there's a hallway with Ninetales. Actually, Ninetales statues up there, kind of hinting at Ninetales' supernatural longevity and powers. But that's essentially it for Lavender Town. This music is creepy, and especially creepy in MIDI, so I'm gonna just go past here. Lavender Town does not have a gym. There is no ghost-type gym Pokemon. And you might think, are we being shortchanged an entire town without a gym? Well, no big deal, because the very next area has 2 gyms. The next area I'm gonna visit here is Saffron City. And this is the home of Sabrina and her psychic type gym, as well as the sometimes forgotten but very iconic fighting gym, which is literally right next door. These 2 gyms fought each other for dominance of this town, but the one that is representing the town now is the psychic type gym. And it makes sense because fighting type Pokemon are super weak to the psychic type Pokemon. The other thing to know about Saffron City is it is the largest city in Kanto, and there's a lot of buildings around here. There's a building where you can meet a girl who teaches you the TM substitute, and there's just plenty of places for people to live and work. So it has a very interesting feel to it. It's also the base of Sylph Company, which produces a device that lets you see ghosts. And so, before you're able to beat Lavender Town Tower completely, you need to be able to see ghosts using the device you get from here. And actually, this is a big story point in itself. Sure, there is a gym that you challenge, but there's also this whole Team Rocket takeover of this building. So you go through and fight Team Rocket and try to make sure they go away. And at the end of it, you get to talk to the president, who gives you a Master Ball, which lets you catch any Pokemon, not a trained Pokemon, but a wild Pokemon, without fail, which is great for Mewtwo. And he gives you the Sylph Scope, named after the company, that will allow you to see the ghost Pokemon in Lavender Town Tower. So this whole building, it looks peaceful now, but it was definitely a gauntlet itself, where you have to figure out how these teleportation devices work, and also manage to defeat all of Team Rocket and drive them away from the building. So very epic, heroic stuff, for sure. Oh, let's go to the top floor. They gave me the option to do that. Though I feel like the way to get to this place is the 10th floor. Yeah. remember this. If you took the elevator to the top floor, it doesn't open to the president's room. You have to get there some other fancy way, some teleportation way or something. But you saw the snippet of what it looked like as we walked to the side of it, so I'm gonna call that good. Okay. So let's see here. In the first generation, you get to choose between the two fighting type Pokemon, Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee here, entirely your choice. And so if you had a friend to trade these Pokemon with, that's the way to get them both into your Pokedex. It looks like I probably chose Hitmonchan this time, surprisingly, because I typically pick Hitmonlee when I play through this part of the game. So even though they are the fighting type gym, they're not eager to fight you again. They're willing to chain you, they say. But the one who's really here for a battle is Sabrina, and this is where you find teleportation pads also, not only in Silph Company, but also here in the gym. So you gotta have a lot of, mental fortitude to remember where you've been and where you're going. The teleport things seem kind of random, but you just gotta remember where each of them go to, and then eventually you'll work it out. So it makes you use your brain, which is very fitting for a psychic type gym. Right now, to be honest, I'm guessing. I'm just hoping my memory takes me there. Because I feel like there really is no correlation between, like, if it's this corner it goes to the northwest or anything. Not necessarily, it's kind of random. So as you can see, that just happened. Let's try this one over here. Oh wait, what? Did I just do that one? Well, I wonder if it'll take me right back to where I just came from. Oh good. Yeah, that's promising. Nope. Let me go back to that one. I'll try the bottom right one. Ah! Okay, well this is a new platform, so I think that's promising also. Okay, back. Here we are. We're finally in front of Sabrina herself. Okay. So Psychic type Pokemon. I have no hints for you here, because first gen, no matter what you did against them, so Psychic type Pokemon, they are good against you. I have no... Even the Ghost type Pokemon that's here in first gen is part Poison type, which are weak to Psychic, so even the Ghost type Pokemon technically are not that helpful for you here either. So the only way is to really just overpower this. My very strongest Pokemon will make its way on my team now. Let's go with Mewtwo and see if we can give them a bit of a good matchup there. Oh. I thought that Pidgey was a higher level. The truth is this particular game, I was able to make my way through it within a 30-hour period. Even watching all the cutscenes and everything. It was probably because I'd played through Pokemon Blue before. So I had a bit of an idea of what was coming up. As will you as you go through this stream with me, so... Oh yeah, I do have a advantage this time. Because they have dark type moves in this game. That's right. At least for letsgoeevee and letsgopikachu, you can use dark type moves against these Pokemon. And that will be our way to go. Because dark type is strong against the psychics. Oh, that's pretty neat. There's something different here. I have an X and Y Mega Evolution on Mewtwo. What's going on? Let's try using this. Swift! Okay, so yeah, definitely not a first gen mechanic, but it is something that is pretty neat that they brought over from the later gens. I have a Mega Evolution Mewtwo. It should make me a little bit stronger against these Pokemon here, hopefully. We'll just keep using Swift, and because it's 100% accurate every time, just a matter of making sure that we're faster. Hopefully I can knock them out before they do something really difficult against me. Otherwise I'll use Recover and heal my health that way. Wow. Five hits for one Mr. Mime? Goodness. Okay. Ah, light screen. That's why. Okay, so Jinx is an ice psychic. We could probably exploit that by using a fire type move. I could go to Charizard actually, it looks like, but let's just go ahead and make full use of our Mewtwo here. I'm in red health, so let's try doing a cover and see what that gets us. Back to green health now. So Blizzard is not very accurate compared to a lot of other moves. Jinx used Blizzard twice and it was not able to land. Slowbro. Just curious. Of all things, my Lickitung has a grass type move, and I was thinking it might have something special like that. So this should be super effective against Slowbro. I believe it's water psychic, so let's go ahead and nail it with this power whip right here, grass type move. Not quite as strong as I was hoping, but it's something. So the thing about that, Slowbro is using a same type attack, and when you're using an attack with the same type as the Pokemon itself, it does damage a little bit more. It's called same type attack bonus. That's why Slowbro is able to easily overpower Lickitung there. Thing about it though is normal type moves don't give you same type attack bonus for normal type Pokemon. So while they do have a lot of neutral resistances, like not a lot is super effective against them, they also don't have that ability to do same type attack bonus. Nice. Alakazam, so strong. That was really good. So Alakazam knows a ghost type move. And sometimes you get surprised by things like that. You get moves from Pokemon that you don't expect because they're of a completely different type from that Pokemon. It's gonna give us a run for our money right here. Okay, this Alakazam has to go down. You see it's giving level 70 Mega Evolved Mewtwo a hard time. So I'm definitely going to use that Swift Burst. I know I can move first. I'm proving I'm faster between those two. And you just got to shut down that Alakazam like we did there. Okay. Now that we're a little bit more free, let's try using Free. There we go. So dark type moves are real good against psychics. There you go. Uh-oh. Status effect. Very fitting of Hypno's name for sure. Yeah, let's just go. Maybe it'll wake up. Ah, maybe not. Uh-oh. 1-2 punch. Dream Eater you can only use on a Pokemon that is asleep. And it'll help heal you, so that's what Hypno's typical signature moveset includes. Hypnosis and Dream Eater. Hypnosis is like a stronger version of Jigglypuff's Sing in terms of it has a higher probability of making an opponent fall asleep. Has a lower power points usage, so you can use it fewer times during any given battle, but it's very worth it. Can lose a lot of turns just being asleep. And in real life, I feel like that's the status effect that affects me the most. I had to do my homework right before midnight. Uh-oh. I'll be ready to fall asleep. So Sabrina's eyes are scary, right? When she calls out for her Pokemon to do something. In Pokemon the series, they used to say that Sabrina doesn't even have to talk to her Pokemon. She just transmits her commands through telepathy. So that's why she's like not even saying anything. She's like, just read my mind. That's a very cool way to be one of your Pokemon though, for sure. Thanks, Sabrina. He used to really creep me out also. I had nightmares when I was younger. Because in the animated series, she had this like doll. You know, creepy dolls. Very, very scary. Oh, right. I should take the left teleport on that one. Awesome, so we're done with Saffron City. Thanks, guys. Let's see. Next thing. Oh yeah, I should have mentioned it by now. You'll notice that my Eevee here is able to do all the things. And Let's Go Eevee and Let's Go Pikachu, your partner Pokemon, has all the moves it needs to know to do like fly or cut down trees or move boulders. It's all on the partner Pokemon. In first gen, you had to teach Pokemon those moves using hidden machines. And basically it took one move slot to do those special moves. So you had to be very sure of who you're bringing on your team, just in case there was something that you needed to do in the environment. You had to have a Pokemon that know those moves to be able to do it. So going to Fuchsia City, that's where we were at, and we're going south now and trying to see what's here, because by this time you have the ability to surf and do all these things. And the only other logical place to go is south, because that's where... that's the next place we haven't explored, you know? So the neat thing is, at this point in the game, you are usually free to try to hunt for those legendary Pokemon, and in Kanto, there are 3. They are the Kanto fried chicken. You have Moltres, Articuno, and Zapdos. And you could probably, at this point, search for Zapdos. Moltres hides where Elite Four is, and Articuno is hiding in the area that I'm going into right now. I just want to give you kind of a taste of what this place looks like, because once you've seen the first room, you've seen all of it. I'm just kidding. But there are rivers to cross in this place, and sometimes to cross a river you have to change the water flow by dropping boulders through those holes that you see in the floor to block certain waterways and gain access to certain pieces of land, so you don't get swept away by all of the strong currents that are there in the rivers. So once you make your way out, you find yourself on another island like this one on the other side. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and fly directly to Cinnabar Island, because that is the next place to go right after this. We're almost done with our journey. Almost. Seafoam Islands, see? That is cold. That's where Articuno lives. Past Seafoam Island is Route 20. More surfing places, and then you get to Cinnabar Island. Cinnabar Island is also where in first gen you can exploit some stuff to catch a Mew using those glitches, those scrambled monsters that Paul mentioned earlier. But Cinnabar Island played legitly. This is where you see the mansion, the abandoned mansion. And this is where you see Vulpix for the first time in Pokemon Blue. I just had to say it. Pokemon Mansion is unique because aside from it looking like it's gonna fall apart, you get to read little research topics here and there that hint at Pokemon that you haven't seen before, especially Mew. There's also this running theory or hypothesis that Ditto, that Magmar was like after me. There's also kind of this thought that Mew, a mythical Pokemon, is what do you call it? Well, definitely it led to Mewtwo, but they think that in part of the experimentation that led to Mewtwo, they had failed clones of Mew, and that's what Ditto are. That's what they believe. Ditto are Pokemon that can transform and has the same pink color as Mew, and you can never catch these Pokemon. And because of Mew's ability to transform and use any move, they say, or they hint that Ditto are failed clones of Mew. Speaking of genetic experiments, Cinnabar Island is also very interesting because if you want Jurassic World to be a real thing, this is where you'd start. There's a laboratory on this island where Blaine also acts like a scientist. And this is where you can finally restore your Helix fossil and Dome fossil back into living, breathing Pokemon. Lots of research to do. I think if I was in the Pokemon world, I would love to work here. I think that if we had the ability to bring back an extinct Pokemon and maybe let it have a chance at breeding again, maybe it's worth it just to be able to observe what it does. But that's an ethical discussion for later. Anyway, Cinnabar Island is where you can turn in your Dome fossil and Helix fossil to give yourself a Kabuto or a Omanite. They were that rare. Oh, and an Aerodactyl also. If you ever come across a special fossil for Aerodactyl, that's where you can find it too. Okay, so this is the second to last gym here, and I'm curious to see what he's got. Let's go ahead and heal up our Pokemon. What an epic journey. Alright. So with the exception of Charizard being fire flying, a lot of the first gen Pokemon were simply fire types, so one way to deal with them is apply water. But you also got the ability to throw ground on them, just like if you were trying to douse a fire in real life, you could throw sand at it. So we have the option of putting ground type Pokemon here also. So right on would be right on for this one. Oops, kind of weak. There, this one. And water types. Gotta watch out for Dugong though, it's ice water, so it could be partially melted. Alright, that's looking more promising. Okay. So in first gen, they actually had Cinnabar Island basically be like this lava place, kind of like James Bond's villains. They'd have lava all over the place and this scientist looking guy be the head of it. But in the case of Cinnabar Island now, it's a lot more approachable. It's more of like a knowledge test thing. It's a quiz type thing. A lot safer. OSHA probably doesn't have any complaints about it this time around. But it also highlights that Blaine here is a smart scientist guy too, so he wants you to know things, so that's what this is about. Will you fight me? Let's go. Straight to the battle. Oh, wow. That was unexpected. Magmar knew fire. Thunder Punch, yeah. The humanoid Pokemon Magmar and Electabuzz, they tend to have those punch moves with elements that you don't expect, so. Tricky. Ah, knocked me off. At least I got one good surf in. Alright. This is my Poliwrath. It looks a lot like Poliwhirl. The Pokemon, I feel like you had to trade also to get evolved. There you go. One more. Ah! It's too much. Okay. I thought I took Articuno out, but I guess it didn't take. Let's see if it's fast enough to just get a hit in before the enemy does. Uh-oh, Will-O-Wisp. It'll burn me now. Well, that's fine. We knew that Magmar was faster than based off that. So this was the best outcome. Here we go. Yeah. So this is Rapidash. The one that everyone asks, how exactly do you ride this horse? It's got flames on his back. Ah, gotcha. Haha. Eevee, your big brother is after you. It's okay, you got this. you know stuff he doesn't. So my Eevee knows Bouncy Bubble, which is pretty neat. They made it a little bit easier to approach this game in modern gen because they give your partner Pokemon a lot of powers. Not only do they give you all this stuff that should have been on hidden machines, well, were on hidden machines previously, they also give you the ability to learn all these elemental moves not typical of a normal type Pokemon to know. And that way, if you come across a situation that's hard to deal with, hopefully your partner Pokemon is flexible enough to deal with it. Ninetales, bye-bye. My favorite. Sorry. So, as I said earlier, it's nice that Fire-type Pokemon in Gen 1 are basically mono-type. So it's pretty easy to just nail them with ground types or water type moves. But as we'd seen earlier with his Magmar, they might surprise you with moves of other types like Thunder Punch. So gotta be careful with that water type stuff. This one, I feel this one's like double edged but with fire. It should hurt itself a little bit. There it is. Let's use another move just for fun. Very bad. Now that we're Team Rocket Eevee and Team Rocket trainers, we'll use our dark type moves. Yes! Yay! Awesome. So that was the second to last. And what I'm thinking, you guys, I'm gonna take on Viridian City Gym and then I'm gonna stop there because I feel like the Elite Four is like their own stream. So this has been a really great look at Kanto, starting all the way from Pallet Town and kind of making our way through the story. And it's a nice little way to review what went on since the 90s. So I'm glad for you to have joined me. This is Orpheus' RGB Worlds. We stream Pokemon every weekend around this time. And lots of other games too. We have variety on our channel, so it's not the same thing over and over. I really love that. So we're back to Pallet Town. As you can see, this is where Tangela show up for the first time. And I feel like the only time in blue, unless I'm forgetting they show up elsewhere in the Elite Four Indigo Plateau area. But this is where to find the hard to find Tangela. So neat thing, we are back home. We have journeyed all across the land and we're making it back to Pallet Town. But it's not at all the end of their journey. Although it feels that way, there's a mystery that we hadn't resolved yet. And that is the mystery of the Viridian City Gym. At this time, you can double check with Professor Oak, who would be like very excited to see that you've completed your Pokedex. Well, almost completed. It's so it's a challenge. It's a challenge to complete your Pokedex, especially at this point in the game. You have to have friends to trade to you, Pokemon that you don't have in your version of the game, and Pokemon you might not have yet, like the legendary Pokemon. So think of Pokedex completion as like the very, very last thing you can do in this game. Okay, so let's check on our party really quick. Let's make sure that they have health. Okay. So nice thing about Viridian City Gym is it is ground type. Yep, ground type. Although a lot of ground types in first gen are part rock type, you can easily deal with them with grass and water. So that water team that we had earlier in Cinnabar Island, you can just apply them here again. And hopefully that makes it easier to win. Okay, so somewhere here is the gym. I think it's probably here. No, it's up there. By this point, we've defeated Team Rocket, driven them out of Saffron City. And on that, the boss of Team Rocket retreats to here. That's because the Team Rocket boss is actually one and the same as the Viridian City Gym leader. So he kind of put the Pokemon League on hold with his absence, being a criminal mastermind. But now that he's back here, this is where you can face him again. So this is a lot less confusing than Sabrina's gym, because the arrows at least show you where you can go. But at the same time, you gotta plan a little bit. Ah! Okay. So, about that... Is it this way? There you go. Oh, they made it color-coded. Okay. So, originally, you'll face Giovanni, the ground-type gym leader here. And after you do the Elite Four, you're able to face your rival here. Now, in the case of letsgoeevee and letsgopikachu, this is not your rival. Gary Oak is not your rival in modern gen. Remember, this is, I feel like, an alternate timeline that's in the future of Pokemon Red and Blue. In any case, after you defeat Giovanni, Blue goes ahead and steps up to be the one to face this gym. You know, to head this gym. And I just realized that Gary Oak has a very varied team, so it's not just ground-type Pokemon, and I might be knocked out. I should have saved... Oh my goodness, I wonder how much money I'm gonna lose. Okay, Tauros, and they're level 66. All our gym leaders so far have been like level 55s around there. This is gonna be a problem. Alright, let's just do our best, okay? Uh-oh. Tauros did more damage to itself than I did to it. Alright then, well. Wow. Okay. Alright, let's deal with this then. At least if you're gonna try to hit something with a physical move, you might as well try it against this rock type. Maybe it'll tone it down a bit. Let's see. Oh, let's try this. Why not? Oh, it's not the same type of attack bonus. That's why not. Oh! I did not expect that! That was really good. Tauros knew Iron Tail, and because it's a steel type move, it's good against its rock type. Ah! Okay. You got me. Fair and square. Nice hit. Alright, let's go ahead and start with Mewtwo. This is his first Pokemon. Gary is not someone to look down on. Uh-oh. Oh! I should have went ahead and gone with Mega Evolution, huh? Alright, well. We got another chance. It looks like we got him first. Alakazam. Yes! Let's switch to Free, who knows the dark type move. So dark types are good against psychics, so at least we have that in modern gen. Keep going. Nice. Okay. Hey, maybe we can do this after all. Sure, why not? Uh-oh. Waterfall flinched it. So the reason why it's not super effective against Gyarados is water has kind of Resistance to ice, possibly? Maybe. Reflect. Let's see if it does any better now. Well, you did good, Articuno. Really good job. You really lasted in there for several rounds. Great job. Let's see, you too. I was just thinking, maybe I should use the X evolution and see what that's about. Alright, let's do this. I'm Lord Frieza! Go. Huh? Did I confuse it with Swift? Oh, never mind. Wow, good hit. Dark type, huh? Wait a second. How come that didn't say it was super effective against me? Oh, I'm psychic fighting now. Oh. So it balanced out because of my fighting type. That dark type move wasn't super effective against me. Interesting. Executor. You know anything? Oh, I know something. So I'm gonna call that back. On off chance that Executor knows Psychic, it'll still give my Mewtwo a hard time. But this is a, non-Alolan Executor, so I'm just gonna throw a Freeze at it. Freezy Frost. Yes, and it's half down. I was actually feeling pretty scared about this battle, jumping right into it without any thought. But looks like we might actually be able to win this right here. The power of friendship. Do Ex Machina. Oh, wow. He's stuck in there. Nice. Aerodactyl is a flying rock type. So this should be interesting. Let's stick with it. Because I'm curious to see if freezing type move would work well against it. Come on, hit, please. Decently effective. Alright. Alright, let's use a max potion. Nice. I felt guilty because it said he looks like he's in a pinch, about to cry. So I was like, okay, let's heal you up. Yeah. You know, Aerodactyl is actually very good against the legendary birds of this this gen, because all the legendary birds have flying type in it, right? And Aerodactyl being part rock flying, it makes its rock moves even stronger. So that means Articuno will have double weakness to its rock slide stab, and also Moltres too. And then Zapdos, being part flying, can also be hurt by that rock there. Okay, so Gary Oak's strongest Pokemon for last. Charizard, huh? Let's throw him some water. Uh-oh. What's happening? It's a Mega Charizard. Okay. Yikes, that's strong. Let's see if we can get you back. It's alright. So Bouncy Bubble is actually a move that's kind of like Mega Drain, but for water. So that's the only reason why I'm hanging in here, because I'm draining some health from Charizard. Otherwise that last Fire Blast would knock me out. This isn't looking good, guys. Let's go ahead and put Poliwrath here. Strong. But it looks like Poliwrath was able to hold in. Hold in there. Hang in there. Ah! That flying type move though. Alright. Come down to this. Let's see if Mewtwo can use its own Mega Evolution powers to beat this guy. So fighting type Mewtwo is not good against flying type Charizard, which this one still is. Unless it's Dragon? No, it's flying type still. But it's fine because he got our move in before he did, so that's great. Okay. Nice job, Blue. Blue, right. So in Pokemon First Gen, it's red and blue is their, let's say, default names. But we know it looks like Gary Oak from the series, and the series and the games kind of influence each other as we discussed before, so that's what that's about. Right, and even Gary has toned down over the years. He's not as mean as he was in First Gen, like with the Smellulators and all that. He's actually pretty cool. Pretty cool guy now. So, yep. I'm gonna say we did good today, guys. Thanks so much for dropping by. I think that, almost 4-hour stream. Let me think about this for a second. Let's look at what we got. We went through all of Kanto. We did all of Kanto. And the very last place to check out is Victory Road and Indigo Plateau. I feel like I want to just go ahead and take a break here, and maybe next week we'll take care of the Elite Four, because they are a challenge all in themselves. They're almost like as strong as the rest of Kanto put together. I mean to say, look, Gary was hard, and so I should expect an even harder challenge up on the Indigo Plateau. I should take some time to, you know, get ready for that. So let's see. One sec. Let me look at something here. Okay. I think what I'll do then, before going to capture the going to challenge the Indigo League, I'm gonna go ahead and try to capture a lot of Vulpix to try to do that Pokemon Park thing. And I think that might be the best way to round out the stream, because I still feel like playing. I know it's been like 3+ hours or something, but I still feel like playing Pokemon, and I think that would be a more appropriate thing to do at this juncture rather than take on the Elite Four, just because Go Park is a new the play yard in the Go Park is a new feature I not even played through yet, and I'm very curious to see what that's like. And also because Elite Four is a journey all in itself. Alright, so there we are. Great job. I'm gonna go ahead and have us fly over to a place with a lot of Vulpixes. And this game, that would be... Actually, yeah, Celadon City bike route, yeah. That's right. Okay. Ah. Let's bring a team with us now. Oh, let me heal up my Pokemon actually. That's even more important. Okay. Now I feel less guilty about switching them out. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. So I thought this was kind of funny. When you go and travel around with an Arcanine, it's very obvious you would ride on its back to help it get around. But for those of you that are huge fans of Snorlax, this huge Pokemon, you can also travel around with it too. So you and your Eevee will just go ahead and clasp onto its stomach and it'll get around. I think this is a way to train your Pokemon also. Maybe my Snorlax will be small. But kind of expected though that Snorlax stays big to be big and strong, but this is kind of funny, so I'm just gonna stick with it for a second. I'm gonna catch lots and lots of Vulpix now. Make do, or try to, at least part of the way, get that 25 Pokemon requirement to play in the play yard, because I haven't ever done that before, and I'm curious to see what that's about. Alright. Am I thinking of the right place? You know, east of Apisha City, there's some bird trainers, bird keepers, that go around that route. I think that's one route that I didn't physically go through yet, but just wanted to let you know what was there. Okay, hang on. One sec. Snorlax is a little bit slow. Okay. Wait, can I fly a Pidgeot? Wait, that would make me so happy. One sec, one sec. Huh. Ah, okay, maybe not. What about this one then? Yes! Oh! The best way to travel around. Okay, for sure. A lot faster than Snorlax, and I think it's a lot cooler too. I think this might be one way that I could also get into touch with the flying Pokemon. This makes me happy. Yay! Okay, let's double check our Pokédex and see where then Vulpix are, okay? Ah, around there? Oh yeah, that's right. I saw them between here and here on Route 6, okay. Sure, let's go there. Actually, I should have flown to Vermilion City. Actually, it's a better idea to fly to Vermilion City. I can see the irony here because I'm already on a Charizard, but Eevee's the one that will be able to take me there. Nice. Ah. That's very good. Okay, so let's see now. Next thing to do is jump off the Charizard and see how many Vulpix you already have. I have 2, if you count the Lowlands. Alright, let's do this. Here comes my obsessions. Whoa. So here's something you need to know. As long as the Pokemon that you know, are using don't... As long as the Pokemon that you're after doesn't run away, as long as you keep them coming in terms of catching them all in a row, you end up finding more rare Pokemon. So it's kind of like building a chain. And as long as you have a lot of Pokemon in that chain, you can get more, I guess, tempted to catch other Pokemon because rare Pokemon will start showing up. That said, I have a very specific job in mind, and that's catching like 25 Vulpix. So it's gonna be, what do you call, my mission to not get distracted by the rare Pokemon that show up. Alright then, now that there are Pokemon here that I know, let's try a lure. Okay. There you are. I think it even worked just now. Huh? Oh, way too far. Yes. So close. I might just go back into town just to get some Ultra Balls. Huh. Okay. Here, it'll also give us a chance to figure out if the chain is broken by visiting a town in between. Let's see. Premier Ball? Yeah, got 5. So if you're looking for Premier Balls and you just want to save some money, you can get them just the same if you buy 10 regular Pokeballs. You don't need to use Ultra Balls or anything. They'll only give you 1 Premier Ball for any type of ball. So like any 10 of any type of ball will still just net you 1 Premier Ball. Okay, so that's all that Lure had. Huh, okay. I think the game also helps accelerate your catching one type of Pokemon, because the more that you catch it, I believe it'll encourage more of the same type to show up, I'm hoping. Oh, right. I have something for this. Whoa. No, it ran away, so... Now I won't know if my chain was broken because I went into town or if it just because it ran away. Alright, well anyway, we know that we caught 3, so... Where are you at? I feel like it may have been easier to just do this with Pidgey. The Vulpix aren't there, so I'm just gonna go ahead and try to check out this route instead. This one might be a little bit harder to deal with though, because there's one-way ledges if I'm going to the one I was thinking of north of Saffron City. But kind of think of it, the Pokédex also said that the Vulpix are east and west of this town too. So let me try going east of here, maybe that'll work. At least I'll know what's over here. Hey Jane, thanks for liking the stream. What is that? Oh, it's the Ninetales. I should have recognized that. I claim to really like them. Good morning, Jane. So I've actually walked all through Kanto, and while I thought that I may as well complete the journey and finish with Elite Four, I decided to stop for a second and search for Vulpix. For two reasons. The Elite Four are very difficult to fight, and they might belong on their own stream. And for the second reason, if I catch 25 Vulpix, I'll get to do something in this game that I've never done before, and I have no idea how it works, so it'll be a new experience for me. So instead of catching them Elite Four today, or fighting them Elite Four, I'm gonna just catch a lot of Vulpix, and if I'm not too wiped out by it, then I'll go figure out what that play yard, that thing I was talking about, is all about. I have 3 Vulpix so far. Where are they hiding? Well, not, wow, you're giving me Ninetales, but not Vulpixes. Well, who cares? I'll just get it anyway. Watch I catch 25 Ninetales before I catch 25 Vulpixes. We'll see. Truth is, I can catch any Pokemon I like, and it'd probably be easier to do with a common Pokemon like Pidgey, but I like Vulpix, so my motivation is here. Ah! Ninetales has such a huge smile in this game. In previous art, you couldn't see it smile, so it had this mysterious kind of stoic look to it. But in modern gen, Ninetales' mouth goes all the way back here, so it looks like it's permanently smiling. It's very cute. Okay, so Vulpix ain't so popular there. I'm gonna try going somewhere else now then. Oh. Wait a sec. Right, I can fly across. Okay, let's do it. Ah! Buildings in the way. That was fast. Good, good, good. What? Oh, I see. I guess I couldn't be dropped onto the ground right there, so. Okay, so they say that Vulpix live here also. And I think I'd like to try out this place first rather than north of Saffron City because there are fewer ledges to deal with. Uh-oh, it looks like there's only one grassy patch here also on the flip side, so it might not be easy to find Vulpixes here either. Okay, it probably is our best chance to just find them Vulpix north of Vermilion, yeah. Alright. Just try a little bit longer. Yay! Okay. So that's one. If I get more, hopefully they'll come out more. So let's see, where's our second Vulpix? Come on out. Oh, you know what I should do? Now that I've actually decided to go catch them Pokemon, I should probably get some lures. I've never had to use a lure before. But I think this is a perfect occasion because it seems like Vulpix is the rare Pokemon in that part. and the lure would call them out. So let's make sure we get some then. Super lures. Oh, max lures. 11, sure. This might be it. Oh, we have our strategy. Okay, let's do it. Bag. Right, I remember. Okay, come on out, guys. I know that you're there. Ah, yeah, Vulpix did pop out. So Vulpix really do count as rare here. Makes sense. There's something I could do to make this even easier. Pokemon Let's Go Eevee and Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu actually allows you to have 2-player co-op on the same screen. If you both throw Pokeballs at the Vulpix, they'll go into one Pokeball for sure, but it'll make it easier to catch. So if I really, really wanted to, I could start up the second controller and have it also catch Vulpix with me. But I think we're doing good with our Ultra Balls. It seems to be doing just fine. Alright, there you go. Almost there. Yeah, as long as I refuse to catch the Pokemon and run away, it won't count it against me in terms of my chain. The important thing is just the Pokemon that I'm looking for doesn't run away from me. There's some telltale signs that the Pokemon's about to run. It'll do an action that it doesn't normally do. So it's best to preemptively run away from it. I don't know, video game logic. It doesn't count it as breaking the chain if you run away from it, so that would be the way to go. The nice thing is, it doesn't seem like there's a day-night cycle, so I'm not having to worry about Vulpix only being shown up at a certain time of day. It's just a matter of being lucky enough to find it popping out of the grass. Yeah. Okay, well, I think it's getting a bit grindy, so what I think I'll do, I might just do this stuff off screen. And then next time, if I do have it all ready for you guys, I'll go ahead and show you what that play yard looks like, because I myself want to discover what that looks like. Catching 25 Vulpix unless they suddenly all show up at once might be a little bit hard to do on the end of this particular stream. But at least you know what I'm up to, so that next time you come in and see me next week, if you're in the mood for a Pokemon stream, then you'll know that I will be at the play yard with Vulpixes, hopefully enough. Need 25. How many do I have now? 4? Oh wow. Yay. 6. Oh, so okay, 6 plus 3, 9? Might actually have enough. Oh, pretty soon here. We'll see. Okay, you know, they're reasonable now. I mean, earlier it was kind of hard to find them, but now they're kind of coming out. Maybe not in droves just yet, but enough that it's encouraging. Let's get them Vulpix. We are at 7 chain. Let's hope for 25 chain, so we can go find out what's in the play yard in Fuchsia City. Yes. I wonder if the Lowland Vulpix count as part of the 25 we need. I'm not sure, actually. Come on out, I know you're there. Oh, chances. Okay, this is encouraging. Hey. Let's get it. The one thing I don't really understand how to do, if you guys can teach me, that would be great. It's how to aim these Pokeballs to the left and to the right. Because I can only aim them right in the middle, at least intentionally. If it goes off to the left or to the right, it's totally accidental. 8. Okay, not bad. Okay. Oh, yes, I heard you. Like that. Like what? I don't know why that happens or how I do that on purpose. Awesome. Yeah, so this is Orpheus from RGB Worlds. Every week we stream Pokemon around this time. Sometime on Sunday or Monday, depending on which part of the world you're at. And we play other games too, like Animal Crossing, Mobile Legends, and PUBG Mobile. It's a lot of fun, and we, for variety's sake, and just because we love video games in general, we'll throw other games in there too, just for variety. Right now we're having a Let's Play series on Naruto Ninja Storm 4. So tune into that if you want to have some Naruto feels. It really plays that last season of Naruto Shippuden in a way that is super epic because you're right there in the action playing them too. This Pokemon stream has been epic so far. We went all the way through Kanto and beat the Viridian City Gym. We're gonna save the Elite Four for next time because that is a journey all on its own. But we seriously walked all the way from Pallet Town and did a tour of Kanto, like a very thorough tour of Kanto, and beat all the gym leaders for a second time. So that was a pretty epic challenge I wasn't expecting to do, but we did it. So it's pretty good. Alright, so these Vulpix are coming in a little bit easier now. It seems like maybe they know I'm after Vulpixes, so they're giving more to me. But I really feel like these Maxilers are doing a big part to helping him draw them out of the tall grass here, yes. Just doing that for the chances, that's for sure. Yeah. Here we are. Awesome. Yes. Wait, is that a Dragonite? I don't even have a Dragonite in this game. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. I think that was not just one, but 2 Dragonite up there. Oh, who knows, unless there's like a shiny Vulpix or Ninetales that comes up at the end of my 25 chain, I might just fly up there with my Charizard and grab that Dragonite. I seriously haven't caught one in this game, so that's a really neat surprise. Wow, so just catch 9 Vulpix or 10 Vulpix and then out come the rare Pokemon, huh? Even as rare as Dragonite, amazing. Oh, this one. That's crazy. I didn't know that they would even show up here in the middle of Vermilion and Saffron like that, yeah. Yes. Yep, we're super prepared, and we got all the Ultra Balls we should ever need. And we are almost there to 25 Vulpixes. Vulpix is my favorite Pokemon. If you guys have a favorite, feel free to comment that, because it's always neat to hear what your favorite Pokemon are. So this is half business and half pleasure for me right now. Let's get all them Vulpixes that are out there. Give them a good time. The Fuchsia City play yard in the new Safari Zone requires that we have 25 of one species of Pokemon. And for me, I'm very motivated to catch all the Vulpix I need to get into the play yard. So we're doing that this way here. Thankfully, the Vulpix have not. Oh. It always goes off screen and I really don't know why. Again, if you guys know how to throw it to the left or to the right on purpose, let me know. Because it's been a mystery to me ever since I played this game. So we got 16 Vulpix there. Yeah, they really are coming out a lot more commonly now. I appreciate that. Thanks. Come on out, Vulpixes. Huh, close enough. Yes. Almost there. A lot quicker than I expected. This max lure really does its stuff. So Pokemon Let's Go Eevee and Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu, it's kind of like the companion game to Pokemon Go that you can play on your cell phones. The Pokemon that you catch in Pokemon Go can be transferred here into Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. But it can only be a one-way street, so you gotta be really sure you're planning on transferring them here because they can't go back to your phone. That's the thing to know. I haven't transferred any Pokemon yet to this game from my phone, but here is one way that you can catch a Meltan. So actually this game has 153 Pokemon, not 151, is my understanding. So back to Matt's question, what's the last legendary Pokemon you can catch here? Technically Mewtwo, technically Mew, and kind of think of it, technically Meltan and its evolution, so there's a lot of endgame content with regard to legendary Pokemon. Okay, we are 6 Vulpix away from my goal, and they are just coming out now. They know to come out and help me out. Actually, I really like Vulpix for one of several reasons, and one of them is way back in the 90s, they used to have plush toys available at KFC, and I remember I got like a KFC Happy Meal, I guess is that what you call it, and in it came a little tiny Vulpix plush, and it was so awesome, and I was super happy because wow, I was really into Pokemon and KFC, and you know, the fast food chains are really into Pokemon too. Back in those days, they also had from Burger King gold-plated Pokemon cards. And I was like, wow, they're rich enough to make gold-plated Pokemon. And I thought that was really neat. And they came in replica Pokeballs that were like shiny and red and white. And that was a really neat toy from the 90s also. So I might be on Amazon later looking for those retro toys, and then maybe I'll pick up a Neuralizer or something from Men in Black. 90s toys. I bet they're like $500 now. Eh. But it's worth it. No, I'm just kidding. If I have the money, it's worth it. Okay. We got almost all the Vulpix we need. Almost 25. And then I'm gonna be able to see this thing I've not seen before. Not played through before in Fuchsia City. Okay, we have 22 Vulpixes. Need 3 more. There's a red one. So yeah, if it's red, it's huge. If it's blue, it's small. I don't think it does anything to its stats, although you might think it might. But I think it's just for fun. This Vulpix is a bit bigger than the rest. It's like weight and height is probably bigger. Gives them a little bit of individuality. In that case, it was a tall Vulpix. Alright, 2 more. See, there is a Dragonite. Okay, definitely gonna catch 2 Vulpix and that Dragonite right after this. It's flying. Oh, wow. And a Charizard. A Dragonite and a Charizard. Did you see the shadows? When you catch enough rare Pokemon, no, when you catch enough Pokemon in a chain, rare Pokemon come out like that. But never did I imagine a Charizard and a Dragonite in that space right north of Lieutenant Surge's Vermilion City. Never expected that, yeah. Okay, we're almost there. 24? Yes! Just one more. Very excited. Come on. Ah! Not red. I need Vulpix. Yes, one more lure. This should be the last one. Okay. There we are. Exciting. And if I was playing Sword and Shield, one way to call down the Pokemon that are flying above you is to whistle at it. But in this game, I think the best way is to just hop onto your own Charizard and just go after them yourselves. Like, they can't get away from you. Just hop on your own Charizard. Actually, that brings to mind, can I mount any of the legendary birds? Let's try that here. Okay, awesome. So let's see. I got what I needed, the 25 Vulpix, and now I'm curious if I can mount a legendary bird. Okay, not Moltres because it is on fire. Okay, not Articuno because it's too classy. And Zapdos? And not Zapdos because it's too spiky. So we'll just have to go on Charizard and hope we run into a Dragonite up there. There was one earlier, I swear, you guys. Okay, hang on. Maybe I should just drop down for one more Vulpix and then maybe I'll come back out again. So it's not super hard to find then, I guess. Not as hard as I expected to find a Dragonite if they're willing to show up here. One more and then maybe I'll come back. I noticed when I was catching these Vulpix that the Dragonite and Charizard come back every now and then. So it might just be a matter of leaving the area or coming back. Oh, hey, Jane, need to prep for work. Oh, yeah, no worries. Go ahead and have a great Monday, okay? Thanks for being around. Where is that? Ah. Oh, there it is. Okay, got it. So I'll go catch this and then I'll head right over to the play yard. Our big orange dragon buddies. So cute. Alright, you are rare and I don't have you in my Pokedex. And you're level 57! Really high. So let's make sure I do my best to catch you. Let's get that golden raspberry. Make it drastically easier to catch you. There you go. Yes, and an excellent throw, no less. I think we get it this round. Let's see. Yes! Okay, Charizard, you're replaced. No, just kidding. Let's see if Dragonite is going to allow us to ride on his back as well. Let's see. Great. Dragonite. It is said that this Pokemon lives somewhere in the sea and that it flies. However, this is only rumors. I think that it flies though, because it flies. Lives in the sea though, I'll have to look at that. Its evolution from Dratini would make me think it's part aquatic, so it's probably reasonable. Let's go ahead and get this Dragonite on our team. I wonder if I can ride you. Yay! So cute! It's like a friendly Charizard. Puff the Magic Dragon. Okay, so from here, I can go straight to Fuchsia City and finally see what's going on with this whole play yard thing. What is play yard? Oh my goodness, I'm so happy. This might actually make my Elite Four run next time easier because I have a Dragonite on me. Dragons are actually strong in Pokemon, not just because they tend to be seen at the end part of the game where naturally they're at a higher level, but they're also resistant to a lot of the common elements like fire, electricity, grass, and water. They are resistant to those, so you gotta think about what you want to use. Alright, enter the play yard. Huh? Oh, did I misunderstand? I need to have 25 Pokemon in the Go Park Complex. And the only Pokemon I can bring into the Go Park Complex is from my Pokemon Go account. Huh. So I need to catch 25 of one Pokemon in my Pokemon Go account and bring him to the park. Okay, well that's a task for me to do off screen. It is something I gotta work on. I gotta get more Pokemon storage space on my Pokemon Go to do that then. Well, either way, I'm glad now because I have 25 Vulpix. It's kind of like that episode, that banned episode of Ash I mentioned earlier, where he caught like, I don't know, 25 Tauros. And now I have that herd of Vulpix I always wanted, and a Dragonite to boot, so that's gonna help me out for the Elite Four. Alright guys, thanks for tuning in. This is This is Orpheus from RGB Worlds, and we're just rounding out our stream. It was a Kanto tour. I decided to save the Elite Four for next stream because it's its own journey, honestly. But go ahead, if you are just jumping in, feel free to review the stream later for some nostalgia talks. Thanks so much for tuning in. Be sure to like, comment, share, type !notify if you want to follow us. We do Pokemon streams every week along with Animal Crossing, Mobile Legends, PUBG Mobile. Lots of variety, so it's never boring. Thanks so much for dropping by. I really appreciate you guys. And I hope you have a great week coming up, okay? Take care of yourselves. Bye bye.